that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. The throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I'd say I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly. And with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights at the side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
a party, babe. Got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. 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 Now listen to the music as I bring you to the light. You can stop the sea if you just fall back on eye. All you funky people, just join the funky line. Now a groove make your soul shaker. Everybody sing along. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. 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 Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me. You're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm
Take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Hello and welcome one and all to the VCT Game Changers 2024. My name is Zoe and I have the utmost pleasure of being your host for today, guiding you through all the action. And of course, I couldn't do it without my trusted analyst. We have Pilsky and Ash joining me. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Looking forward to the games today. We've got some fantastic upper bracket games with some of the strongest teams in Game Changers this season. So it might be a little bit of a form check and going to be interesting to see who's actually going to ride that upper bracket through towards that final.
Yeah, I think we also have one of the most anticipated matchups there in that rematch with Team Falcons Vega versus Valiant Game Changers. But yeah, I'm stoked for today. I think it's going to be really exciting to see how everyone ends up faring here in the upper bracket, especially with some of those G2 goes-in changes, a lot of those upgrades coming through, and then Giant X also joining the fray here as one of the new orgs to join the Game Changers scene.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the bracket so far, I mean, obviously one of, if not the biggest surprise yesterday has to be an early farewell to BBL.
Yeah, I mean, look, core 3 of Season 323 last year's winners, and obviously attending the championship overseas. Since then, lost Vanya and Eva, and look, honestly, losing to Valiant and Neon Blade is probably not going to be the best results. He didn't play like any of the top teams in the competition, although Valiant is starting to make a case for that if they continue that upper bracket run. So look, I think for BBL, probably just have to say, it's only stage 1. They're still making adaptations to their roster and still trying to work out how to play without Vanya and Eva. And they just have to come back stronger into stage 2.
Yeah, those were some 2 really big losses there for that roster. But then also looking at the other side of things there, that matchup with Focus Sakura versus Nasser Ignite. Nasser Ignite, this team that looked very good late into the season last year, 2023, down in stage 3. They came up from contenders. I feel like that contender storyline, those underdogs, it's been a great pipeline for a lot of this talent. And Nasser just continuing to flow through with that kind of success here into Game Changers 2024 here into stage 1. They're definitely a dark horse to look forward to, but I think what's also difficult is Focus Sakura, they had a decent matchup despite seeing that 2-0. They had a hot start in that match versus Nasser Ignite, but it came down to a lot of hero plays. We're looking for their ability to make some more of those adaptations, which, like BBL, we're hoping to see later as the season goes on.
Indeed. And let's shift gears now and focus on the teams which are coming up next. In our upper bracket semifinals, we are going to see Falcons taking on Valiant. So let's dive a little deeper into the roster, starting with the Falcons. Lots of very exciting roster changes for this squad. Of course, everyone has got to have their eyes on Eva, as well as Toki, the explosive duelist from Spain.
Yeah, it's been quite a story just to kind of pick up on what Ash was saying before. I mean, looking at the relegation system for a team like Falcons, relegated without, I think, winning a game in Season 1 of 23, went through contenders, and then they finished 3rd in Season 3 of Game Changers for 23. And now looking at this roster, obviously only 2 of the long-standing core left over, and they've made some pretty incredible upgrades. I mean, Eva coming in from BBL, and then, as you mentioned, Toki being scouted from Karsei with some insane stats, despite being on a team that got grouped. And look, to top it off, my favorite Game Changers player to watch, probably Mad V, just insane firepower, insane headshots on the flash initiator a lot of the time, a little bit of flex to boot.
Again, I feel like it's just that fragging IGL meta that has come, well, not necessarily meta, but I think it's a must at this point, like within the Valorant scene, how everything's developed, everyone's just catching up with each other, and you really can't have a leader that isn't able to put out those numbers as well and hold their own in that kind of sense. But I've also got to have my eyes over on Sandra in the regard where she's moving off of that duelist role and now slotting into the Sentinel, so this role swap for her has been interesting, considering the fact that I'm feeling pretty confident about it, to be honest. I feel like Sandra was very consistent last year on that duelist role, and when you're looking towards a Sentinel, you want them to be able to hold their own when they are being relied on to be able to anchor their sights and at minimum get their one while they're stalling.
There's a lot of moving pieces for this squad, a lot of new things they have to adjust to, you know, also like the comms now being in English, etc. So that's all stuff we need to consider heading into their match. Let's take a look at the opposition. Valiant is, you know, those are the new kids on the block, at least for the Game Changers. A brand new squad. Thykuza formed this roster together with Sampoyo. What did you guys think of the roster they came up with?
I think it's interesting. It's like a mix of players from the Carmine Core French roster and KPI Shine. They get Thykuza in there, who obviously had a great run on Odd One Out in, I think it was Stage 2 last year. Look, they barely made it through groups in a 3-way tie if you look at the overall series results, but if you look a little closer and see that they were 4 and 6 in maps, -9 round differential, it tells a bit more of a story of this is a team that really could have won a lot more series if a couple of rounds had gone a little bit differently. You could have seen a very different result for them, and as they made it through into the playoffs, I think you can see the story of that told in the fact that they took down, look, arguably a shaky BBL Queens who got knocked out by Neon Blade yesterday, but they're the only team in the upper bracket who doesn't have this kind of star-studded names on paper. They're kind of getting more out of the roster than the names might suggest, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you see like a lot of individual performers here on Valiant who are coming from teams that may not have had the most insane runs in the previous season. But again, that individual prowess coming to light, and my eyes have to be on Thykuza in that kind of regard. She was the duelist last year from Ottawa Now, obviously building this roster, like you said, Zoe, with Zempoyo in that kind of sense. But she's also slotting into the IGL role for the very first time while being that entry fragger. That's a lot to have on your plate, a lot of responsibility added on while you're also trying to make that space on sites, and regardless, she's still pumping out numbers.
Indeed. I actually had the opportunity to sit down with her prior to this match a little earlier today. Let's see what she had to say. So, Thykuza, thank you so much for joining me for a quick chat before we're diving into your game today. Now, it's a new year, new roster, one you built actually alongside Coach Zempoyo. Can you talk a little bit about the vision that both of you had putting this team together?
We had a lot of high hopes, and we trust our judgment a lot. I trust Alex, and Alex trusts me. So we had a vision to build a team to obviously break the record like we did with Ottawa Now again. So we wanted to gather the best player that see the same vision and the same philosophy in the game as Coach Alex and me.
Right on. Were there any big challenges or hiccups along the way of building that team?
I think we formed the roster quite quickly, which is very surprising. We didn't take too long to have to try out other people because everything just fit into place. So not much problem. It's just a lot of trainings and a lot of issues that we had to overcome with the team, and I think we did a great job.
Awesome. Now, also, of course, new team. You also are now finding yourself in a new position as an IGL. How has that been for you? What's the journey been like?
It was a very, very interesting experience. I think I learned a lot, and I'm always learning, and I'm really grateful for that. It's really challenging, especially IGLing on duelists, but my team and my coach has been an immense support for me, and I feel really good about it. I feel confident that I can take my team to a win.
Awesome. Now, you get to play Falcons again today. It's
Yeah.
going to be a rematch from the game we already saw you guys play in the groups. It was a very close match. Unfortunately, they got the better end of the stick for that one. What were the big takeaways from that first encounter, and what adjustments can you share that have been made?
I mean, I can say some things that we've worked on the maps that we needed to improve on in terms of a lot of micro mistakes more than the macro mistakes, I believe. So me and Coach Alex and the whole team has been really doing a lot of training, pracs, and a lot of theory to look at all the micro mistakes where we're not really on the same page in a certain situation together. So, yeah.
Right on. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. Best of luck to you and your team today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear it from Thykuza. What's your guys' big takeaway from that interview?
All right, I think it's interesting. Obviously, IGLing from the duelist position, you know, you can kind of lead from the front in a way and be able to kind of direct the flow of the game. But it is obviously going to take a little bit more of your focus away from just being eyes on crosshair and things like that. And you'll definitely have to have other people in the team kind of step up and facilitate things as well when you're kind of taking some of those opening duels.
Yeah, and I think speaking on that point as well, the fact that you are seeing Thykuza building this roster with Zempoyo, them coming from Ottawa and out, they also pick up a duo within Ninu and Mel who play together within Carmine Core, and it was surprising to hear, I think, how quickly that Valiant roster did come together where they didn't have to run that many trials, but I think when you do have a coach that already has the experience with your IGL and you're picking up a set duo, it kind of makes it a lot easier to kind of fit all of these pieces of the puzzle together.
Indeed, such a preset synergy can go a long way, especially when, you know, the turnarounds are short and whatnot. Now, I do want to put everyone's eyes on a very interesting or exciting head-to-head we got coming up for this one, because Thykuza and Toki, the two duelists, fragging it out. Who's going to have the upper hand?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting matchup. Both of these players are right up the top in terms of first kill attempts, and Toki sitting head and shoulders above the majority of the rest, except Smurfette, who she's neck and neck with in terms of statistics. She definitely showed this potential at the end of last year in stage 3 of 23, and she's just continued to go from strength to strength on a better roster. As for Thykuza, you can see overall the most attempts out of everyone, and what this graphic really shows you is you're going to get a very aggressive kind of duelist duo going head to head in this matchup. Both of them are going to be very active, trying to look for those opening kills and getting in the face of the opponent, kind of setting the tone of the game.
Yeah, extremely explosive when you look at these two players. And I think that the big thing that we have to talk about, again, is the fact that Thykuza is going to be on the IGL role. The added responsibility, the fact that she's still able to almost, not quite match Toki, but be pretty darn close as far as those statistics go. I feel like it says a lot in that kind of regard. But at the same time, we do have to consider the fact that for Toki, for Falcons Vega, they in general had the speed run within the kickoff event, right? They were immediately invited to the closed qualifiers based off of last year's results. Meanwhile, this roster within Valiant had to run through the entire gauntlet, and it was a pretty flawless one at that. But then when, again, Pilsky mentioned they faced up against kind of the big teams there within the group stage, that was where they had to kind of set into that kind of like learning curve situation. And I feel like those losses have the opportunity for Thykuza to really be able to help the team learn from that and carry forward.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at the map scores here, as we mentioned it about 100 times at this point. This is a rematch. We're going to see those two teams facing off against one another once more. What learnings are there to have from that first encounter?
Well, I think a lot, but main thing that I want to mention, and it's something that you need to think about going into the veto of this game, is that, well, number one, this was definitely a winnable game for Valiant. Not many rounds in it, so you're expecting another competitive game here. Both teams did win each other's map picks as well last time around, so I'm interested to see how that kind of changes the veto going into this encounter.
Yeah, and I think, again, like touching on what we were talking about earlier, the fact that Valiant did end up losing, it was a very tight series, but when you are on the losing end of it, you do have that opportunity to, again, make more of those adjustments, take it as that learning opportunity. And it's also possible that maybe their entire hand wasn't necessarily shown in this series as well. Meanwhile, they get to take a bit more away from what Team Falcons Vega put out into the server.
I mean, Falcons, they have to be considered the favorite coming into this. Is that a chip on their shoulder, though? Is that added pressure?
I don't think so. Look, it's upper bracket, so it's not going to be elimination, and I think they would probably be happy to see this is the team that they're taking on in the upper bracket to go further, rather than the two teams sitting on the other side of the bracket. But we'll see what happens in the server.
I'm not really sure. I feel like it could be a bit of a shake. I think that by nature, of course, Team Falcons Vega is going to be the favorite in that kind of sense. But for Valiant, again, they're the new kids on the block. That underdog story is always one to root for.
Indeed. Map vetoes are about to go down, so we're going to take a look at that. What do you want to see, or what do you don't want to see?
I'm just interested to see, like, as I mentioned before, these two teams, they've had their veto patterns so far in the groups, and that's immediately something that catches my eye. Valiant, last time around, picking split and losing their map pick, have opted to first ban split, now heading through into the playoffs. Falcons, however, keeping their first ban the same as what they got in the last matchup.
Yeah, I think it's kind of expected to see Valiant end up banning out split after how that ended up panning out. But I think what is a little bit surprising to me is that Lotus manages to find itself into the fray here. Falcons deciding to actually ban out Ascent, a map that it's not like they have like a bad track record on, but when you're looking at Lotus, they have had a bit more difficulty on this map, and previously it was one of their most banned maps, I think, so far within stage 1.
Looking at Sunset here, obviously it is Falcons kind of not really changing up too much. Same first ban, same first pick, despite the fact that they actually lost this last time around. So maybe feeling like they could make some adjustments, maybe feeling like, whatever happened the last time around is something that they can handle and come back stronger this time around. The Lotus is an interesting one. There really hasn't been many reps for Falcons, not too much to read into. They actually lost it in the closed qualifier with a pretty interesting looking comp. So I'm keen to see if Falcons is going to run the same comp into the Lotus game that they did last time around. and look for our decider here, the box. You're going to get a different decider. Last time around, what was it? I think it was Bind, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Bind last time. So this time, Icebox. This is a map that not really a whole lot of reps for Falcons, at least in this competition, and only 2. But they are against some real quality opposition for Valiant. They played both BBL and G2 on this map, so if you're going to cut your teeth against any teams, those would be some good ones to do so.
Yeah, I think it does get a little bit dicey when we get into that decider. I think if this series does end up going the distance in that kind of sense, I really do think it could be a shakeup between who ends up taking this one home.
I don't. Do you sound convinced that it could go the distance again? Do you think that's very much within the realm of possibilities, or?
Yeah, I think yeah, for sure you could see 3. What do you think, Ash?
I think so. I think that, again, it was a very close match in that best of 3, that 2-1 for Falcons Vega. And again, that opportunity to learn. Thykuza was even talking about it in the interview. The fact that they were working behind the scenes in those scrim bucks to improve on the maps that they were struggling on a bit.
I mean, they're also they have the added bonus, of course, Falcons, that is being on boot camp right now. So you know, it's different. It's very different. Also, I see a cat, so I have to mention the cat. You cannot ever ignore the cat. I'm also seeing an agent select about to go down. Any surprises, you guys, or that has caught your eyes in previous games versus this one?
I mean, this is what I wanted to talk about as well, because Falcons Vega, they've changed their comp since the game they played last time. The comp was kind of weird looking to me. Astra Chamber with the core 3 of the Sky, Viper, and Jet, and the Raze rather. They've changed this comp quite a bit. Senti coming in on the KJ. They've got the Fade instead of the Sky, but they're sticking to the double controller with a bit more of a traditional Omen. As for Valiant though, not changing up their comp, I don't think. Just going to kind of stick to what was working for them. Kind of looks like the old Haven comp, which a couple of teams are running. It's just interesting to see the Sova on this map of Lotus, but it's something that you've seen more so, I feel like, against Cypher comps, but we'll see how it goes against the KJ. Obviously, you can play around the ult and things like that as well.
Yeah, I think the Sova draws my eye too there. We did see Marty on it yesterday, and she was running into some tech issues, unfortunately, but she did very well as far as like the information that she was able to gather, or even the fact that you're looking to normally break those cipher trips, but when you are looking at the KJ picks, that's not going to be as much of a concern in that kind of regard. But I do wonder how much depth this Falcons Vega team is going to have within their new composition, with that being pulled out again, with the fact that they're consistently, I feel like, experimenting to see what ends up working at best for them. Sorry, I do have to show the cat. I know chat is probably going to be asking about it, so here you are. Her name is Crumb. But overall, yeah, Zoe, back to you.
I'm just enjoying the cat, to be honest. She's enjoying getting tangled in all the cables, just doing cat things. Yeah, exciting things. I do like not switching up too much there in the agent select. Obviously, why change a working system if it worked the first time around? On it again. Let's see what both of those teams have in store for us on this very first map, Lotus. And for all the action, we're going to send it over to our lovely casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk, Tom. I'm hyped up to get this one started back on GC here in EMEA. And it looks like, from what the desk is saying, we've got a pretty close matchup. Could be all 3 maps, and finishing on Icebox is fine with me.
Is it? You love an Icebox now. You've changed your tune.
Hey, I've seen some good outlaw shots, man. I'm starting to enjoy those long range angles a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing if we can sort of see that matchup versus Falcons, because obviously I think Team Falcons have proven themselves to be one of the most like fearsome teams within this tournament at the moment, even being the likes of G2 Gozen. Whereas for Valiant, it's a rematch. We've got a similar map pool in the fact that we also have the next map of Sunset coming up, which was in there last time. So I'm intrigued to see what they will have been able to change.
I think we've got an interesting one on our hands here, Tom. Maybe the first couple rounds can give us a litmus test. I'm expecting a lot from Falcons. As you said, some big scalps already taken. We'll see if pressure ends up standing to them. That was a point on the desk about coming into this matchup as a favorite. It could potentially get to their heads. We've seen it before at higher levels. And, well, for Toki, okay, not a very immediate fight that goes her way. Paranoia missed. The shot doesn't connect for her, and Falcons down a player. And, you know, I was expecting this much more aggressive take over Rubble, but the Paranoia seems to have split them completely.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the more interesting things. Like Falcons obviously running what I think we expect to be that meta comp with the double controller, whereas on the other side of things, you only have the single, but manage to get yourself that extra initiator in the form of the breach. So it's going to allow for more set plays, but might be a little bit more difficult to sort of fake late control and almost play with those rotations a little bit more. So I think we're going to see a lot of aggression out of this Valiant side in a lot of these rounds. For now, though, it is the double back, the classic on this map, as they are going to head back in towards this A site late into the round. The Prowler's on fade. One of the things that might be missing, in all honesty, from Valiant, 'cause it's such a valuable piece of utility.
Oh, that space was cleared quickly, but it's very quickly taken back. Some early fights from the defensive side. They don't even want that spike to touch the floor. Certainly not when it's placed by one of these attackers. 10 seconds or so to get that plant in, and well, there's more than enough enemies there to take her down. Eva out of the round, and so too are Falcons. 1-0, a decent defensive start for Valiant.
Yeah, solid start from them. And as I said, a lot of this is going to be based around how proactive they can actually be, how much space they can take, how they can make this awkward. Because I think in terms of like raw execution, Falcons should have a little bit more available to them. Interestingly as well, even just seeing a Jet on this map, it's definitely not too common. Like I think even Neon is something that's played a little bit more in terms of just being able to take that space quickly, even having the fast lanes as well. So I'm excited to see how Thykuza actually uses that throughout the game. And more so, are we going to see those aggressive sort of operator plays when it comes to that defensive side? For now, though, looks like just a little bit of orb farming, and because Ava's a little bit closer, just going to be looking for that Nightfall.
I think you saw it as well already. Just you're mentioning that Neon Thykuza last round, right? Straight dash into the A site and was able to catch some opponents off guard. You don't see it all too often successfully, but as you said, the benefits maybe when it comes to that op later on, and some other ideas of overtaking site, maybe updraft dash plays into C. Could be exciting. Now, it's a very systematic clear of the site. You have that deeper nanoswarm just to delay after the first is destroyed, but problem is they can plant down on the stairs. Thykuza caught some off guard, a couple landed shots that put Sandra very low. Sun's actually catching them in the corner as well. What is that lineup? Ninu's taken down too, and it's down all of a sudden, just one standing. How have Valiant ended up in this position so quickly as well? I mean, for Falcons, I thought they had the space. They're closing in. The numbers are there, and no, a devastating loss without any real damage done as well. This is a great start for Valiant.
Yeah, obviously not much investment at all from Falcons, so it's not the end of the world that they get themselves a plant, get a kill. Like, you kind of expect them to have that extra investment back into this round, but definitely seemed like there was a little bit of potential for them to get something out of this. I don't think they'll mind too much, as now they're going to come back in with the rifles. Nightfall, only 3 orbs away as well, so that could play a big part going into some of these future rounds. And, well, this is where you kind of expect to see the game get going.
Yeah, this is where the real meat of the game is. You know, I was expecting Falcons to come in with some more leniency on their side. Yeah. Well, the dash hasn't worked on the way back out at least, so not the immediate cancellation. For Falcons, it's not bad. 1-to-1 trade against the biggest weapon. This is typically the round where you are going to expect them to just have those bulldogs and stuff, so might be a way back in. And one of the main things I was thinking about in the last round with how the dominoes seemed to line up was economical damage. I guess if they can keep that up out of their hands, that's the economical damage done.
Yeah, I guess the hope would be that you maybe got Thykuza towards Bladestorm or something, but I don't think she was particularly close, so might just have to be down to a pistol or something in the next round, depending on how the rest of it goes. A 1-for-1 trade, probably not what they were hoping for. Already, this is a real fake. They've thrown in the paranoia as well. Look at the A site at the moment. It's a gamble from Valiant. No surprises when you have slightly weaker weaponry, but to have nobody even particularly close, they are starting to make that realization. So now it's just going to be how long it actually takes Falcons to get into the site. And well, the answer is not particularly long at all.
Very quickly again, the amount of space taken and cleared by those Prowlers, it's getting them in very quickly to that space that hasn't been kept, hasn't been held by the Valiant side. And the idea to catch someone off guard here, I like it from Ninu, but as we can see, that idea is ever present on the other side as well. Lush with a nice position, but she's been spotted, stunned up in the corner. They can't quite punish on it, but they'll use that time instead to focus towards the site. Look to take this fight a little further. They don't know how many are in tree, but they've got the idea that this might just be the whole squad, and they might not need anyone other than Mad V, who just seemed to mow them down. 4 kills in this round, and 2-1 on the board for Falcons.
Yeah, she was always a highlight of even the previous version of this Falcons roster. Obviously, they've had seemingly a couple of upgrades, similarly to what we've seen from G2, and even a full build-up coming out from Giant X as well. But they've picked up a couple of players of high value, and Mad V still sits at the top of the board, so kind of proving her value within this team already. A big round for them. And what this is the difference. It's now a Marshall instead of actually having that operator into play. Definitely not ideal for what they were hoping for from the previous round. But again, if this is going to be a response instantly from Valiant, then they'll actually destroy the economy of Falcons because of how much damage they did in the last round.
And that shot has landed immediately. Doki down to just 40 HP. And Thykuza's looking for more. The shot's just whizzed over her head. And Thykuza doesn't care. She's staying around. The dash is online. There's no retreat. Well, that's still in the back pocket, but she's staying around still. Dash is gone. She wants another fight. Well, she's gotten it, but it's a little more costly than she expected.
Yeah, I feel like she kind of got what she deserved there. For the rest of the team, Rolling Thunder is available. Ninu waiting on the other side. Stun's good. And Aftershock is going to force them back into an awkward position. Mel's already managed to take down Toki as well. So this now leaves them in an even scenario with all of those rifles. And now with the Rolling Thunder in, they can look to try and make their move.
It looks like they've done a good job at avoiding it. The plant, though, should be decent for the spams up afterwards. Looks like Falcons want to get that little bit more aggressive, though. Fight their way back towards the site. Nice position by Ava as well. She's able to swing a little quicker than expected, dropping the diffuser. The quick trades afterwards leave that round firmly in Falcons' hands.
Yeah, they even had a lake flank coming through as well. I believe that there was actually a turret from Lisa watching it, so they at least had the little bit of information, but I imagine that even put a bit of panic into Valiant's side of, okay, we have to be wary that there's also somebody coming in behind us. We need to move fast. And actually, that's been one of the mistakes I feel like a lot of the VCT teams were making, was they'd have this plant on the stairs, and then they'd play too passive, and their opponents would just diffuse in front of them. We saw multiple, even, in fact, one of the rounds coming down to like 0.1 seconds or something where a team didn't quite manage it. So I like the fact that Falcons are going, okay, we're not going to let that happen. We'll be proactive. We'll be ready for that push to come back through. And while after a solid early start, Valiant now find themselves on an eco.
Where are you?
No hassle after the clean rounds that they started with. It looked like they had a lot built up to fall back on, but even the ultimate's not falling in line. We had the breach one already committed, but the Rolling Thunder found next to nothing. Paranoia from Mel, and a few shots landed. No escape for her, no way out. But on a round like this with pistols, like Sandra's low, if a few more of those shots had it found, maybe they would have something more to build on. But most likely, we're just going to see Sandra take a much more passive role as the rest of the squad looks to clean up these fights with... Oh, no, okay. I guess the pistol's better than a knife.
Yeah. Thykuza did go and collect the orb outside of C, so she is now one away from the Blade Storm, so it's almost guaranteed unless she goes down for the spike, which I don't think is going to happen. She's either going to get a kill or be killed, and they're making this one costly. At least a little bit of damage from Lisa, but Ava's there again. She's been off to a flyer in the last couple of rounds, really moving up that scoreboard and, again, showing the value that has been brought into the side of Falcons, and she sits 8-3.
I mean, herself and Mad V certainly doing a lot of work, you could say. And with just 5 rounds having passed, you know, you think back to that first and second for Valiant. It looked like such a stellar start. They got Rolling Thunder online early. They had Economy in their back. They bought up an early op, a cheeky move, but one that might have paid off. A 1-to-1 trade was all it got. They're left with a Marshall that found its body shot next round as a result. You know, they took some risks here, went all in on their hand, and unfortunately, Falcons clearly had something better up their sleeve. Now, 3-2. Pace is in Falcons' control, and so is most of the map. They've chopped up this defensive side into a C and B stack, expecting a split on either side, maybe the door to swing open, but it's the door on the other side of the map instead, and the solo holder of Lisa all on her own. Her utility being destroyed as we speak and being expended, but at the cost of at least one of Falcons' players.
Yeah, and the rotation now has been bought. Enough of the players have managed to make their rotation. Mel also with an aggressive position on the other side of the map. It does leave only one spot that can really be taken by the side of Falcons. That is the B site, where there is currently absolutely nobody. And unfortunately for the other side, they don't actually have an ult to clear this one out. Nice work, though. Thykuza and Serena already clearing down a couple, leaving, well, the two deadliest players. 16 kills between them so far. They've still got to be careful.
Heavy hitters, they're still here, but look, it's different when you've got teammates running around to draw fire. Here's where you really got to step up to the plate. They're ready for a fight. Oh, so is Eva. 2 quick kills. That's all she's getting, though. Nicely cleaned up in the end. It's Nino. Another big round for her, and already working towards that Rolling Thunder being online for a second time. Tied up 3-3. And I have to say, Tom, I really have to commendate Serena and indeed the call in general from Valiant. They had seen this lurk before from Ludge. They knew what was happening when that Viper wall went up and a few seconds later down. And they were ready for that lurker to be left on the other side of the map, holding it down, taking the kill instantly. That could have went very badly wrong if the eyes were looking the other way.
Yeah, again, it seems like a lot of this comes off the proactive control they're taking throughout these rounds. Thykuza really leading the charges. She's already going to make her way to Mound. Some counter smokes being thrown out, though. And again, I feel like Falcons are fairly happy to just play these slow rounds on the map. A lot of this pressure then gets put onto Lisa. Now, this is where a lot of the time you might actually have yourself a Viper or something who can really delay and also play quite well around the door. We've seen that from a lot of teams so far, and I'm sure we'll see that in the second half. For now, though, she's just giving up that control completely.
Yeah, wise move with how quickly they were blitzing. You paranoia up and blast packed on.
Oh, no!
Oh, she's turned her back at just the wrong moment. Easy kill for Taki. Thykuza looking to retake some of this space, maybe catch them off guard. Beautifully dodged the first piece of utility, the turret, not even seeing her. This could be huge if she could manage to sneak up close, but in comes the big rocket launcher. Okay, the show stopped a little early on that one. Mad B was quick to find the kill defuse inside the smoke, halfway already, but they're in. Diving in to ensure there was no defuse under their nose. That's an Andalucia flawless, Tom.
Yeah, no, an incredibly clean round, and I think a lot of that was just Falcons spotting the gaps, like already managing to have that early presence, just waiting patiently, and then just a blitz into the A site. And I think that's something that's going to have to be adapted, because normally, okay, you might see a little bit of a battle for the C site, but the A site is where you're going to have those fights. And the fact that I think Falcons have started to realize, okay, they're not fighting for this map control. What are the chances that they have a stack up on the A site? And even if they do, we've got the paranoia, we've got available utility on Fade as well. We can clear these angles without too many problems. And also the fact there's not been anybody fighting for tree. Like, that's normally a position, as said, you might play a Viper, Snake Bites, maybe even an Odin. And I think Tomazi was a prime example in the VCT of someone who was able to hold that down with little utility. Well, we saw that from Vitality as well. So the fact that that spot is now going to be an easy target for Falcons, I feel like now we have to see Valiant go, okay, let's battle for some A control. Let's not allow them to have this for free.
Yeah, and they had success there before, you know, I mean, thinking back to the first round, really, but Ramel was able to chop them up, getting into that aggressive position, using the paranoia and blitzing afterwards. Now, I understand this pause. I think it's the perfect time. Just looking at the timeline that you have on your screen, 2 rounds, one on the back of the pistol, and then things fall apart. Flash in the pan round and immediately shut down. It's the right call. You don't want this to get out of hand too quickly, but it does allow Falcons to rethink how they want to approach it. What are the adaptations on that defense? Do they have a blitz play on the back? And for Falcons, they decided to just spread it, hold the information, play the defaults, and see what rotations they can pull. They've been very successful at pulling this defensive side into over rotations, especially on C. And again, I'm seeing 3 players there right off rip.
It seems like Thykuza's seen a ghost.
Lockdown, eh?
It doesn't matter though. Mel has already been taken out by Mad V. Again, I feel like a lot of the utility and clears and checks being done by Falcons, bots being spammed, like they are methodical in the way that they're moving around the map. And okay, maybe Lisa was left out with a little bit of an opportunity, but with the weaponry on hand at the moment, there has been nothing in this round so far for Valiant. Bear in mind as well, this is their own map choice, one where they feel comfortable to go. Of course, they seem to be fairly comfortable on Sunset as well, but I don't know if you want to go back into that match again. And well, Mitch, that's another Andalusia flawless.
Yeah, now the snowball's turning into a bit of an avalanche, rolling down the hill, picking up pace, and it's going to do a lot of damage if it's allowed to run free like this. This is an acceptable round, considering the weaknesses that are in play. You see a rotation in, but again,
I don't think we needed a slow-mo of the whiff. I just want to put that out there. I don't think that was that was necessary at all.
I was going to just breeze by it, you know, just doing the decency of not bringing it up. But you know, it's good to see. You don't give a damn.
I like to call out our production, especially when I know that Jack is working.
It's always a safe call.
Yeah.
What's Jack being up to today?
Bullying.
You're getting bullied by the sounds of it. Once you've turned up. Poor Jack. We love you. At least one of us does.
Yeah, one of us does.
At least.
At least, probably, maybe.
Well, for Valiant,
either way,
they're locked out.
Yeah, they've got a Rolling Thunder and a Hunter's Fury, though. But I don't think that they're just going to sit there on the Falcon side. I love it. Don't allow them to just go for the retakes. They challenge forward. They still get caught by the util anyway, and the trade back's fantastic. We have seen the C's grab one. We'll slow them down a little bit more, but the spike is ticking in their favor. Ava again might have to go big here as they look to try and round the corner already. Takes one down, but the trades from Serena have been sublime. And now Lodge is the only one remaining. Does still have a snake bite, which will be able to potentially delay a little bit. The spam's going to do a bit of damage, but I think they're just tanking it. Just sitting all the way through, and the defuse will come through. Serena with another kill, a 4th of the round. Valiant break back after a bit of a hiatus.
A much better face from this squad in this round, and I think, you know, first of all, props to Nino for constantly farming up the Rolling Thunder. I don't know how many times she's been able to find those orbs, fight her way back in, but I'm really impressed by Serena's situational awareness. I feel like whenever it comes crunch time, whenever there's a bit of a gray area out there, she's making the right decision every single time. Catching the lurker on A, making sure, like, as soon as that wall went down, she was locked in. This time around, every single angle, every gap that there is, she's the one filling it in and catching these sneaky plays from Falcons. It's been fun watching a Sova player with that level of awareness, and as we come into round 10, it's very much still on the line for each team. Valiant not letting it slip. Might have taken them around after their pause, but now look what they've got to work with. So much to fall back on. The safety net of a lockdown and of a Hunter's Fury.
Poison's on.
At least the Nightfall close on the other side, but other than that, unless Toki's going to get a few kills, I'm not sure there's going to be too much. I guess it's the same for Lodge as well. But they go back to this ASAT, and I don't really blame them. It's been massively successful. Mel with the paranoia in hand, getting the timing. I know it's wrong. It's not quite there. Mad V had already made the cross. And because of that, it's almost a freebie kill. You're running through a smoke on the other side. Hunter's Fury should maybe be able to pick up one. No, I think the dodge is there. A little bit of damage at least. And Toki's also had a bit of a whiff, but luckily the teammates are there to trade. Ninu trying to find a little bit more, but there is Lodge on the other side, waiting patiently, looking to cut off rotations, putting them in an advantage.
Yeah, Serena caught her again, but a little too late this time, and as we can see, 3 opponents left on the other side. One hell of a clutch on her hands. The turret even needs to be destroyed first just to rob them of information. They certainly know where she's coming from. You see them stacking up now to take the fight together. Second shock dart a little late. The Nano buys even more time for Falcons. There was no way out of that one. 6 on the board for the attacking side. Trading rounds back and forth, but they've got the lead, so they're happy to do so.
Yeah, I think we are, at least in my opinion, witnessing some of the weaknesses of this comp. Like, I think the amount of control you're able to take with either going for aggressive raise fade or, again, just Viper. Viper on the A site is so strong on this map with just being able to delay on snake bites. I'm interested to see if maybe we get some of the one-ways out of Mel, because I think that's one of the other ways that you're able to hold towards tree, but I don't think I've seen a team in a while have this much success over on the A side just by going through tree. Like, they haven't really had to go through mid and split through short. It's just been tree.
Well, tree's going to be denied this time. Oh, no! It was close. A nice try. The pace definitely caught Lush off guard, but kills found anyways. No paranoia left for Mel, having used it a second ago. And 2 guns unstunned, ready to take that fight. This is not looking good to start with. Although a couple weapons still in hand, especially for Nino, who's had a great map so far. Another fight with the Bulldog, but that one will be her last, and a 4 versus 2. It seems like this one is already written.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It seems like a lot of the time, anybody who just faces off against Mad V in a 1v1 loses that 1v1. She has been on fire so far this game. At least for Lisa, there's a gun to be had. He is waiting. Was facing the wrong way, but it's not going to matter too much. And unless Serena has another 4K in her, I think this round is done and dusted. And I think this is definitely a worrying sign for Valiant. As I said, like, that they've won the pistol second round, and then it's been 2 sort of blips on the radar of Falcons. Other than that, they've kind of had this game under control.
Luckily, you can have a game go like that. Still end up winning out the first pistol, win the second, and even though most buy rounds, most, I guess, important rounds have gone the other way, you're still in with a chance. They've already got that one little bit of a buffer on the side of Valiant. Injection of rounds they got at the start. A couple they've picked up along the way. It's not looking great, but it's not dire straits just yet.
Yeah. I think it's more so that the manner of the round scares me. That's what has me a little bit worried. It's like, I think it's clear that Falcons have been better so far. Now, obviously, I think we see a lot of teams have that sort of success on the attack, but I'll wait and see what Valiant have to offer. A 5th round here, as you said, a pistol, or maybe even not. If you get a 7-5 half, it's definitely not a death sentence. With a showstopper, Viper's Pit. A lot on offer at the moment for the attack, but Viper's Pit versus a lockdown. Lockdown's probably coming out on top, so I don't think Valiant need to be too worried just yet. It's more so just if they lose a lot of these early fights. And I'm looking at the moment at their A site. I am only assuming this has got to be a retake setup, because I don't know how, other than Serena just headshotting them all, how she's going to hold this with a Sova.
The plan is going to be fall back as soon as that showstopper is called. It's a certainty. That rocket's going to be fired somewhere. Could be close, and it's a little too close. Unlucky for Mel. Straight down, and Thykuza's a little bit late getting to the party. The door is going to be shut on her face. Never mind.
Okay, no, it's not.
Shot through the crack that was left in it. Well, that's a little bit ridiculous. The lockdown, it's going to get next to nothing done. Yeah, these players have to fall back, but you ain't going through the pit, and you certainly ain't going through the rest of the forces who are stocked up, ready to go. 4 versus 2. Everything to play with. Double snakebite still in play. Spams with a silencer, untraceable. And that is about as good as it gets. You talk about the fashion in which they've been winning rounds, Tom. I mean, that one there is as concerning as any on the back of it. 8-4. And if the pistol goes Falcons' way, a lot of hope starts to fade for Valiant.
One enemy remaining.
I think... I don't actually know if they've won a round other than maybe the pistol over towards that A site. I think Falcons found a weakness, and they stepped down on it. Because that was such a dominant A site. Like, on the C site, there was definitely some life. I think for Valiant, they had a decent retake or two. But yeah, that A site was super, super clean. And, well, Mavi, Ava... running the show at the moment. They're not particularly close. Few good rounds coming out from Nino and obviously Serena, but there needs to be a response here. Now it's looking like we're going to get that battle for the A site. No Viper. Oh, Viper Killjoy actually on C. But I'm more looking at, well, the classic fade raise combo could be nasty.
Typically, though, you want it for holding it down at the start, right? Those early nades and seizes, the combos later on. The problem is they've gotten so close already. They have this util to execute onto sites, and unless they're gonna outgun Eva, oh no!
What?
3 kills! A complete shutdown! I thought at least, you know, you're gonna get that kill, take site control, the plant is down, or at least threaten, so Mad V has to fight.
Oh no!
Eva's got it covered, and that's even spotted her, and there's a flank, and there's a paranoia. Good night. Yeah, no, good night and sweet dreams. That was looking so good for Valiant, Tom. I was believing.
Yeah, I don't know how there was a trade onto Ava. I'll be honest, like, she at a point was surrounded by 3 different people. Okay, she had some support from behind, but that support didn't even look like it did any damage. No offense, Mad V. I don't know if any shots were hit. Ava killed everyone before you could. But yeah, she should have died. That's all I'll say. She should have died.
Just like severe doses of Legolas and Gimli energy coming out of Mad V and Ava right now, just competing for that top spot. Both on 16 kills.
That counts as 1.
I assisted. I get a half. It's been so clean from this squad, man. And 9-4, Valiant. I don't expect them to find their legs in this round, but it has to be the next.
This is the A site horde I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Someone opens the door, you snake bite the door. Are you running through that into a choke point? No. Like it's such a difficult thing to break down. And I think that's the opposite of these comps. It's like, there are other ways you could do it. I've seen people use Gecko and have flashes over the top, but ultimately, I think that's the most successful, is just deny that space whatsoever. As said, I think Omen One Ways is another good opportunity, but oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Palming.
It's not even true, Fade. They weren't that close. 10-4. Right now, this is where we have to put the foot down. Where Valiant do, at least. So far, it's been rough. Pistol round, as I said, you can have those weaker first halves, and it's fine if you win the second half pistol, if you get that injection. But when it's traded 1-to-1, it's a much more level playing field. The advantages are harder to come by, and you're way behind. For Falcons right now, this is looking like they're knocking on heaven's door. That kill race is still going on. 18-18, Mad V and Ava. We'll see if any change is to come.
Ava trying to be the new sheriff in town, and Mad V's not having any of it. Either way, I bet the coach is happy. Both players thriving. Cocky, I like the idea. Spamming some shots towards the door. Its Guardian is just doing some chip damage, and you have to bear in mind there are some weaker weapons on this side, so the chip damage really could cause issues. The other issue she might have is ammo.
Yeah, you saw her there, though. There was 3 bullets in reserve, and she fired those 3 shots. Like, I'm taking every last advantage out of this.
One clip.
And that's all she's got. No reloads left, but, well, from what we've seen, just needed to even shoot a bullet most of the time. There's been other players there to fill in. 36 kills between Ava and Mad V. And it's not looking like it's going to slow down. Well, Mal might have other ideas, though. Straight through the wall. It's a little whiffy. Only one to be found. That's Mad V out of the round. Kill race 1 by Ava for now. The chance to get a little bit more. In fact, she's going to need to get a lot more because it's only herself and Lodge left. And already she's been spotted on the way back through. Good kill, though. Doubling up and leaving just one with that extra kill. Nino down and just Serena. This could be unbelievable with Nightfall thrown through. Info's there. Sees to work with. Not going to be used. One bullet. That's all that's needed. Serena, though, slowly healing back up as the decay fades. The swing comes in, and the shots don't land. Well, Mad V's going to be thankful at least. The score's a little closer for her and for Valiant as they push 10-5.
I don't know how happy they could be with that. That was a bonus. That was, you're looking at a Guardian, some SMGs, some pistols, and it comes down to a 1v1, which, I'll be honest, that was probably the easiest kill Ava could have had. Like, these ones are ridiculous. I don't know how she manages to find the other 2, but Oh, thankfully they've got the Rock of Serena to keep them in the match. I'll be honest. I think if they lose that round, they're done. And even still, I'm not feeling confident for them at the moment.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. The first domino would have already toppled, but, well, 10-5, doable, workable. We've seen it before. But for Valiant, they need that spark.
She's walking.
There's a turret watching now. There you go. Eventually, it's going to ping. Util will come through. Maybe not. Lotus just playing very risky. That player could already be close, and indeed close to her teammate. Sandra's down. So too is Thykuza. The trades coming in. The defense is keeping their grip over C. Very scattered push from Valiant, but I think it's all just because Lee's is able to push the spawn.
Oh, look at where Ava is, though. There's no way they expect her to be here this quickly.
Two players.
This is such a fast flank. This kill is for absolutely nothing, and now they're going to go to the planter as well. Ava is just a different gravy. The timing is sublime, and oh, Lisa. I don't think there's a chance now. They just line up together. Of course, Ava hits the shot. 3 people at the angle. Ava's just way too quick. I want to say, like, BBL have got to be watching this, just kicking themselves that she's gone over to Falcons, because, oh my goodness, she's a beast.
BBL got to be watching this. He's saying that because you don't think they're prepping for their next game? Never mind.
Wow. Damn.
I'm sorry. That was a little
so
mean.
rude.
That was a little mean.
Oh god.
I'm so sorry.
I just want to say I do not condone the comments of Mitch, man. I am not a part of that.
I mean, Ava's 24-6 right now. I think they can't be feeling any worse, can they? For
This line in the DMs. I miss you.
Look at Mad V was sat there in that 3v1 going, hey, Ava, defuse for ult, I'll cover. Let me get the kill. It's been tough. It's been tough if your name isn't Ava. She's stealing the show right now, 24-6, 11-5 for the defensive side. And a lot of control, though, for Valiant. Mad V steps up for a kill.
They've got into an after plan, but the weaponry stinks. There's not a lot to play with. The Stinger from here should be able to get one. Mel as well. But now, that rifle left. Lisa has to do absolutely everything. Lockdown put into play, but they may just be able to actually defuse this, get it to half at least, and she almost has to go for the swing. It has to be the retreat. Luge has no choice but to fall all the way out of this, make sure she doesn't go down. In the meantime, a nano swarm at least has gone onto that spike. A little bit longer. There's still plenty of time though. If Luge gets this kill, the round should be hers anyway, but doesn't expect the reposition. Red Bull clutch for Lisa and a well-needed round.
Very nicely handled. I love the idea there as well, just limit testing B site, straight out blitz in. They take so much control on that Valiant side. As you see, one quick kill. One quick
quill? I shall write some poetry.
One quick quill and it was written. Look.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. For sure.
You really are a wordsmith.
Thank you. So I've been told. Well, Valiant have called a timeout, and I definitely understand why. I think, first of all, trying to ground yourself, trying to let the emotions settle, and then realize they haven't won 2 rounds in a row, bar the pistol that started this off, and the second, obviously, following it. So at this point, there's definitely they're pointed in the correct direction. They just need to make sure that they don't get blown off course by these strong winds that Falcons are fluttering up.
I think also just the rounds that they're winning as well have not been clean. Like, that's a huge clutch coming out from Lisa. It could give them a way back into the game, but they now have to capitalize on it. And on the other side of things, it's not going to be the best of buys. Now, the one thing you don't want to do is allow some of those ults to come into play. 94-2 away, and the way that Ava's fragging, you got to be careful. Lockdown as well, 1 away. Viper's Pit still a little bit away. And obviously on your side of things, you got a few ults coming online as well, so it may even be worth, just to secure the economy, maybe using one in this round, just to get yourself into a solid position. Drone, well, that's going to spot a lot. Nade will do a little bit of damage. Actually, it's done a lot of damage. I didn't know Mel was around that corner as well.
Yeah, there's 13 HP left. Very close to going down. Lisa, though, chance to pull this back. And those 2 kills might just have done it. Now, herself and Mel are very low. And Mad V and Ava have been hitting shots, so I would be worried. That's one already. That was a connect. Serena now down to 63. But that's not one shot to a Sheriff. Well, not to the body at least. That will be 28, 13, 12. 3 players extremely low. The Falcons need to do it with the Sheriff. The first shot is clean. Ava's on the corner as well. That flank. It's done. It's over.
Yeah, sure.
One enemy remaining.
No! What? She has eyes in the back of her head. I don't believe it. There's just just turned around to kill her. Like Thykuza's got to be fuming. I would be.
I wonder what went on there. Like, I guess feeling no aggression from the site, it just seemed off. You just kind of think
maybe
they're
there's
behind.
I don't know. Well, look at the timing.
No, she just turned around. She went, they might be behind us, actually. What the hell? Straight up Spidey senses on display. Fair play.
Placing swarm grenade.
Well, a lot of ultimates online this round, and although not the cleanest, Valiant are starting to climb back into this one. We've seen it before on the attack side for sure. And now is where we'll get that little bit more difficult. As said, though, they've got an awful lot that they could use in this round. Rolling Thunder available. Hunter's Fury could get them the opening. I'm never gonna doubt Thykuza Bladestorm. For now, though, it seems like they're just looking to try and fake out some of the sounds, pull some rotations away. You can see a bit of a jiggle peak coming through from Ava on that A site. So they haven't really had to pull anyone away. And the problem with this C site right now, you're going into a combo setup of Viper and Killjoy.
Careful.
So heading in that direction might not be the best idea.
So I think they're so passive as well on Falcons, expecting that Rolling Thunder. But I'm seeing Breach still around here. I was wondering if maybe this was going to be a big fake with Thykuza going in. But now the A presence has actually waned. It's much lighter, and instead the presence seems to be focused towards this C side, already breaking past the utility, and that's why you don't run through the wall and a snake bite. Never mind the orb, so low on the other side, spikes down, and 30 seconds left. Has to be recovered. These players need to charge through. Haven't really got what they need to break that point. It's just straight up aim tools. One out by Falcons. With a snake bite down, the orb up as well. 15 seconds and 3 opponents. Serena doesn't see a way. She's looking to
10
save.
seconds left.
I'm really surprised they used nothing. Like, I guess it was just that they were going for the element of surprise, like thinking the same as I was. Like, okay, there's going to be a Rolling Thunder, there's going to be a Hunter's Fury, and Falcons were ready for that, but I don't know, to have 4 ults online and just to try and dry walk into a site, I guess they were expecting an easier road, and it's not been the way this game has been going, so yeah, they've still got all of their ults online other than that lockdown, but now they're facing up against 5 map points on their map choice. Now, as we mentioned before, we have already seen this series happen once. Sunset was picked, and it was won by Valiant. So maybe they're confident that they can take the second map, but I still don't feel like you're going to be feeling too good after this one.
Yeah, see, the thing is as well, right? It's one where you don't really feel like you've had the chance to play. I think so far, you know, a couple rounds here or there, but the control's been there for Falcons every step of the way. There's definitely a lot to be worked on when it comes to their Lotus, and with it being Valiant's pick, I think it's concerning for what we're going to see moving on to Sunset. A minute 10 on the clock, 5 chances to close this, and Valiant as well. Sort of last round, they try to push and pull the map. They try to fake that A rotation, go back to C. It's still stacked up. They've got to change their pace again, and it's a B hit. This has worked before. Good control. They're going to go a little bit more aggressively, trying to hunt down these players towards the spawn.
Yeah, if they can get this kill onto Sandra, this could be a round-changing kill. That's actually the lockdown gone. That was one of the major ults that were in play for this defensive side. The attack are now spread absolutely everywhere. This is going to be such a difficult retake. Viper's Pit utilized, Hunter's Fury thrown in, but now already one is gone, another dropped. This is looking clean from the side of Valiant. And well, it's going to be left just onto Mad V. We've bigged her up throughout this game so far, but with 30 health, I don't think there's any way of pulling that one off.
No, I think you need to pull the other's power cables out. It's about the only way that one was gonna turn into Mad V's favor. 4 more in a row. For Valiant, I think we've sort of gotten a sense of who this team is so far. I think in that 3rd round, buying up the op, they're a team that don't mind betting on themselves, right? They don't mind committing in the first half. The second half, they again sort of run the risky play. I think the idea when they played that rotate to A, went back C, had all those ultis, and Tommy said, you know, it's surprising they don't commit them. At least one of them, right? And we were even saying the round before, commit the one of them. But I guess the idea is, like, if we can just sell those rotates, get the site, we're probably going to use one ult to close the round out, have more for the future. It's a decent idea. Didn't work out. Now they've got to fight their way back, but we've seen them incrementally use their ults last round. Blade Storm, Rolling Thunder to work with here, coming towards a lockdown as well. The road isn't as bleak as it might look. 4 rounds, it's a lot, but if you can chop it up, it can be manageable. That's a lot of damage dealt, though, to the Blade Storm as well. And that's how easy it is to take her down after.
I guess the one saving grace is that there wasn't anything dropped. Mad V's gone. Rolling Thunder might actually help Ava get to safety. And now the full rotation coming in. Showstopper going to be utilized. Will hold them back. It's done a lot of damage, but no kill. And in this sort of scenario, well, a kill would have definitely been more valuable. Serena's got to be a little bit careful. Lockdown going to be putting onto the B site, but there's still plenty of time. It will be allowing a rotation back in the other direction.
Yeah, they're expecting this on Falcons. In fact, they're committing to it for the most part. Those rotates have taken place, doors open, and they're quickly able to get over to the A site. One player there, the other 3 just coming to heaven now. They'll be on time to try and stop this. No nade, but a seize, a reveal, a snake bite to work with. Shot not hit off rip, and Sandra's shut down. Looks like Valiant have done a really good job blocking out any attempt at a retake, and with the lockdown, that should be the round secured. I mean, there's still time, but 35 HP on Ava. I don't want to doubt her, but I don't want to doubt Valiant either. They're going to close this one. They should. Utility.
Where the players currently are, re-aggressing. Going to try and get onto that spike, bait people into the open, but the aftershock is going to buy even more time off that clock, and Mel, with a 3rd kill of the round, leaves it all onto Ava. Can afford to try and make this one costly, but ultimately the damage isn't going to do too much. Valiant have the finances to buy back up, and well, it's going to be Mel to close things out. 12-9. The climb back from Valiant continues, and actually a lot of ults used in that round. So although Falcons didn't commit too much financially, they committed their ults, so they don't have anything to play with in this one.
It was a very I don't know, risky ultimate to throw down. I don't know if it's risky. It's just, it seemed so loosey-goosey, popping down a Killjoy ult on B with no presence there, really, no aggression, but I guess as well I can see the idea of how valuable that map control could be, just to have that lockdown. You know there's no immediate flank, there's no player right around the corner on B, commit quicker to the rotates on A. That makes sense. But not having it here, having nothing to fall back on, I guess as well, same for their opponents. They've got to win one of 3 rounds on the side of Falcons, where basically all that's in play is the utility on your belt and the rifle in your hand. And Tom, at least thinking back to the first half, that's where Falcons were winning time and time and time again. So I think they've got to be feeling pretty confident coming out of this timeout.
Yeah, I guess the pause itself is probably enough to know that, okay, maybe they have been shaken a little bit, because you do feel like this was a done deal just a few rounds ago. Like this was going to be closed out without too many problems, and it does seem like Valiant are starting to really fight back some of these rounds, some effective ultimates, and ultimately some of their players putting in a good individual shift. Nonetheless, it's going to be a very aggressive brute force play, and already it's not going great. You mentioned it, a complete shutdown with this rifle. And while Ninu tagged to 27, this is looking rough.
Yeah, Ninu's been one of those players as well who's pulled them out of some of the tougher spots that they've been in on the side of Valiant. Now she's not only low HP, but trapped in a corner on the other side of the map with the spike. So, you know, we're on a rescue the president kind of situation. And for Valiant, well, they're busy trying to take any control over A, spot out that it's clear, and sure enough, it is. But there's not much to do outside of that. Again, I assume the hope is to find a pick. But they're very unfortunate because Falcons, with 5 players alive, are not holding the map. They don't have the spike, right? This looks like the spike is down on C, you know, with the positions they're holding on the defensive side. But they have said 5v3, play the advantage, win the round. That's what we're going to do.
Left.
And if you go A, we'll retake us 5. All good. It's a disgusting strategy, and it's left Valiant with 20 seconds left and almost no
timing.
Okay, never mind. There is an advantage.
That's something at least. Again, Ninu incredibly low, but we've already seen them pull some of these rounds out of the hat. Flash timing could be everything. It's just quick paced move in, but the kill's going in their favor. Somehow, this is now left all onto Ava. She's been a champion so far, but this has to be another big play out from her. Spots out, Mel wins the fight. And there isn't much of a trade. The time ticking, though. Needs to try and bait in her opponent. She does just that, but Lisa's there. Again, Valiant. Pull one out of the bag, pull one out of the pocket, and somehow Falcons, from a 5v3, have let this one slip.
And it's not just the 5v3, it's the position they were in 6 rounds ago. You know, that they were knocking on heaven's door. They had, and then at 1.5 chances to close this out. And now after the pause, after a good start as well, it's Lisa stepping it up to halt their plans, pause them for now at least, and another pause in play. This time, it's Falcons calling another timeout. Back to back, and that's both of them burned up. They're struggling to close this one out, Tom, and yeah, you know, the last time, I wouldn't even read it as them panicking calling that pause. I think that's you have 2 left. There's, you know, 3 chances to close this. Use your goddamn timeouts, you know, talk. But the second one right off the bat, now that's a little different. That's a very different vibe.
Yeah, that's where it does feel like this map is now slipping out of their hands, and we've started to see players like Lisa, players like Mel, Nino right at the top of the board starting to come alive, and well, maybe some of the other players slowing down a little bit. Don't get me wrong, Ava is still 28 and 11, but she's been there for a bit of time now. I'm going to be getting, hopefully be getting back into this one shortly. Pistols on the board, so not really anything to play with. Nightfall is the only ult that's really close other than the From the Shadows that's on the attack side. And for now, at least you wonder if Falcons are maybe going to try something a little bit more explosive to try and steal this round away.
Well, 3 players stacked up on C. Early smoke from the attacker side. Nothing strange is going on, but they're spooked.
Cover going out.
Oh, have they made the right call? They're still deciding, but there's the call made for them. Players pushing up aggressively. You know, if Falcons had stayed in their spot, who knows? Valiant might just have walked into it instead. I like that updraft used for information. A quick recon. And now you know not to push in towards Mound. So they'll shift focus, but so will Falcons. Rotating in, but, you know, they've got those Sheriffs in play. We need some crispy shots. With the numbers game that Valiant are playing, it won't be easy to isolate any duels. You got to just be winning fights.
No time is left.
And they're going back to the Old Faithful. They've been fantastic on this B-site post plant. It's normally one of the maps that, or one of the spots on a map that's quite difficult to hold on to. We've seen many retakes in this position before, but it seems like Falcons are unable to. Lisa also with this late lurk back. Already going to pick off 1 and a second as well. Really starting to put up those big numbers, get herself closer to another lockdown, and Thykuza wanting a few eco frags of her own. It's only Ava remaining, and well, she's being flanked as well. A Andalucia flawless for Valiant, as they are really now just 1 away from taking this to overtime. And as said, not long ago, that was an impossibility.
Well, with how the first half played out and then the pistol going towards their opponent, 10-4 down, and I'll be honest with you, no rounds where I was very confident they could repeat them. in the 4 that they had won. Yeah, this is one hell of a turnaround from this squad, and I think they needed that little bit of time to warm up, but the engines are hot, and my God, they're making ground right behind Falcons at their heels. With 1 round left to go for overtime, this attacking side pulls out an operator on Thykuza, and Lisa as well, not far away from that lockdown, thanks to a couple of really nice rounds in the last 2 or 3. That ultimate could be online to help close this one out. For Falcons, they couldn't even call a timeout, Tom. They ran out, and they've got to be sweating a little bit.
Shock Dart destroying one of the initial nanos. Of course, there's still control there. 1 away now from getting that lockdown online for Lisa as well. As said, she's been fragging over the last few rounds, so they'll get that a little bit later. Now, this is something they've tried already with Thykuza, just looking for aggressive solo plays, looking to try and take space, work off the contact. 50 seconds left on the clock now as they do look to double back. Now there's a jump peak coming through, and I wouldn't mind seeing a stack up on the B side. That has been the faithful so far for the side of Valiant, but it seems like they're going to head towards this B side now, or A side, sorry. A single kill for Ava will get her ultimate online and basically put this to bed. Instead though, it's an aggressive play once more.
This could offer up that kill for Ava. Big fight if Thykuza decided to take it, but she's not. Instead, sitting down behind the boxes, lockdown comes into play. Big ultimate, and it's put a lot of pressure on this side. Toki does well to find 2. 13 seconds on the clock in the spray. It nearly connects for so much more damage. 8 seconds as we see this spike attempt to be planted. Thykuza has to swing, and it's too little too late. The side of Falcons finally close this one out 13-11, Tom, but this was looking like it was going to be a dominant victory. You said you wouldn't want to go on to sunset if it was like this. That was a couple rounds ago, Tom, and well, I gotta say, Valiant can hold their head high now as they move on to the next map. That was an impressive return to form.
Yeah, it was a decent comeback. The only thing is, it's got to be like the other end of the scale. It's got to be really annoying. Like, you did everything needed to turn this game around, and then you lose at the final hurdle. A couple of big plays coming out of the likes of Toki, but hey, at least they're warmed up now and ready and raring to go for the next map.
Yes, indeed. The next map will be an exciting one. We're off to sunset, but for now, we're off to a break. We'll see you soon.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello and welcome back to Game Changers 2024. Zoe here, joined by my trusted analysts and friends, Polski and Ash. Let's break down all the action we saw as we just wrapped map number 1 here in our upper bracket semi-finals between Falcons and Valiant. There's a lot to unpack here. Falcons did initially run away with it. However, Valiant did end up kind of clawing themselves back into this, so break it down for me, what happened?
Yeah, look, Valiant showing some good resilience. I was super impressed with Falcons to kick this game off. I think it was Mad V and Eva against the world. You know, I think that's some of that star power in this Falcons roster shining through. They were combining for like 40, 50 kills across each other. So, look, I think that really helped them with the attacking style. I was enjoying watching them play attack with this comp, and you know, it's obviously quite a popular comp at the moment. However, it felt like things were starting to fall apart a little bit more on the defense, and I didn't really get the sense that the rest of Falcons were really showing up to the same level as Mad V and Eva were. And look, you got to give credit to Valiant. Even though they had a rough start, they actually started to turn things around on defense, and very much could have scraped that into OT.
Yeah, things got pretty dicey there. I mean, again, we don't have a lot of data on Falcons as far as playing Lotus, only playing it that one time down in the close qualifier quarterfinals. where they did end up going even on the attacking side and then only 1 and 7 on defense. So the ability to just like struggle to kind of close it out on that second half, but managing to do so after the usage of 2 timeouts. But for Valiant, I think what they did really well was that post plant there. They were really good at taking some of those lanes, the lurks that were coming through, just denying that retake for quite a while in that attempt to a comeback up against Team Falcons Vega. But something that I'd like to see from them, I think they struggled a bit on that defense side, a little bit with that spacing on their retake situation. So I'm looking towards them improving that later on into the series, and I think we did see those improvements once they headed off onto that attacking side there too for Valiant Game Changers.
And maybe they just needed a little bit of time to warm up there. Heading into the second map, Sunset is what we're going to see. Falcons picked that map. They faced off against Valiant on that map and lost against them in the groups. Why pick it again?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Maybe a bit of stubbornness, maybe just a case of, look, they felt like they made some uncharacteristic mistakes. This is a map both of these teams have got a lot of reps on. Valiant Game Changers, they've got 5 reps on this map. They beat BPL Queens, they beat Falcons Vega. Those are some good scouts to be taking. As for Falcons, they did lose it against Neon Blade in OT in the initial game in that playoffs. That was the map they lost to Neon Blade, who really pushed them on it. However, they did kind of stomp G2 on it and lost it, as we mentioned, last time around to Valiant. So we'll see if they kind of have shored up some of those weaknesses, or maybe gone back and reviewed that game, because they must be feeling pretty confident coming into this game the second time around against Valiant, despite almost losing last time, if they're just going for pretty much the same veto strategy with a different third map decider.
Yeah, I am a little bit scared seeing them starting out on the defense side there for Valiant as well, heading into Sunset, just after seeing how difficult it was a bit there on Lotus. We saw Thykuza going for a lot of those defense out of aggression picks, that just like first engagements, and trying to attempt to get a bit of that information and take down whoever was looking to typically flank over on that A site there on Lotus, but lacking success in that kind of regard. Again, a lot of respect to the fact that she, in that IGL role, is going to be looking for that type of aggression, but there was very much so, I think, a lack of follow-up from the rest of the team as well. It was always kind of like a solo endeavor, as you will, of course, on that jet in that kind of regard. But again, tightening up a bit on that spacing. I mean, when you look at both the duelists, I feel like we hyped them up, Pilski, earlier on in the pre-map for this matchup, and both having a bit more of a quiet performance this time around, looking for them to heat things up there into the second one.
Yeah, that's what I would call fraudulent analysis on the desk. So I'm just going to let you take it away. So.
I mean, to be fair though, it was still exciting, and stuff you did predict did happen. You did predict that Thykuza is going to go for, those really aggressive plays early on, looking for those entry frags, and she did. Was it successful all the times? Maybe not, but it did happen, and that's all that matters when you want to cash in your analyst bugs, that thing.
What can I cash it in for?
I don't know, exposure, which you can trade for something else which isn't real. It's a great time all around. Now we are getting ready for our agent select. What do you guys want to see coming out from those two teams? Do you want to see any changes?
I don't think there'll be changes. I think both of these teams have pretty much stuck to the same comp. It is a mirror comp. The only difference is it's Fade or Gecko. So Fade from Falcons, which seems to be a pretty popular comp at the moment. You saw, I think, a mirror between Falcons playing Neon Blade on that map, and then Neon Blade also playing BBL in the lower bracket with the exact same comp, and then Valiant, like I mentioned, a little bit of a different twist on it with the Gecko that's seen a lot of popularity at the moment on a lot of different maps in the main circuit.
Yeah, he's been slowly kind of coming in as the meta is shifting right now. Obviously, nothing is set so far. A lot of teams just still trying to look to innovate. I think we've seen a lot more conservative approaches so far in Game Changers. We'll see how that continues to progress, but it'll be interesting to see the difference in value between that Fade and Gecko once we actually get into the game.
Right, now if we're looking at the teams and what you guys feel they need to clean up heading into this second map, I think something you mentioned, Ash, was Valiant. They looked a little disjointed early on Lotus, but they cleaned that up nicely towards the end, right?
Yeah, I mean, they did have the opportunity to swap over to the attacking side, where I think Thykuza, especially as an IGL, is going to shine more. I think that we've seen a couple IGL duelists within the Game Changer scene looking towards Giuliano back in like the early days of G2, and then even Smurfette, like for a very brief period on Guild X. But yeah, I think it's very difficult to IGL as a duelist, particularly on that defense. And we saw her trying to make those plays, of course. And we're going to have to see how that works out now that we are heading into this map here on Sunset. But not going to have that same ability to actually combine like the Raze and Fade utility in that kind of way. So lacking that a bit.
Well, let's see what they got in store for us. The players are ready, we're ready, and so are our casters. So let's send it over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Zoe, and our fantastic analyst desk. Tom, it looks like we have got a close game on our hands indeed. I thought our desk lied to us. I was told 3 maps, and it was 10-4 at one point. What's going on? But, okay, they've saved themselves. They can stay on another day.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because obviously Falcons, they lost this map the last time they played it. They lost it versus Valiant, and they've still picked it again. So clearly feeling like this is a confident pick for them, but I'm sort of waiting to witness what they've adapted because it's not the comp. They haven't changed something there. So it must be something within their team synergy or something they've noticed about their opponents that they do feel like they can pressure down on.
Bring them down.
Well, we'll be finding out where the weaknesses truly are as we get on into this. We've already seen barriers up and the defensive side of Valiant to be put to the test. Only one player towards B. Lisa had some great clutches in the past map, but not looking to get too involved in the early fights. She's backing off and giving up control of B, while the majority of the force pushes up A. Now they've been spotted and they'll be fought. And V just about making it round the corner for another opening duel and doubling up on it as well. Mad V, 6 opening duels last map, only lost 1 out of the 7 that she took. And this time, Breach. 3 kills off rip on Breach. I mean, she has breached the defense, that's for sure.
Last player standing.
Yeah, breach and clear. That's what she's done. Do you know what, guys? No one here. It's like, well, what about all these bodies? You just ignore that. The ridiculous stuff. Yeah, it's left onto just Lisa to try and clutch this one out. Okay, you got to be a little bit careful. Leave the HUDs a little bit behind. Don't worry, those players have gone down. That wasn't headshots and players not falling. But unfortunately, Ava is going to be there on the flank to close that one out. Yeah, it's interesting that we've seen Mad V switch from the controller, which, again, not the most high fragging role in the world, over to a Breach, which is definitely not the most high fragging role in the world, and then just goes in. Well, I guess it's in the name. Mad.
Yeah. I almost had the full 5 kills as well. I was believing until Sandra swept in to steal it away. But I'll forgive it. I'll forgive it this time, considering Falcons are 1-0 up. Mad V, like I said, having a great time when it came to opening duels. Took 7, won 6 on the last map. That was the big difference, I suppose. Ava was impactful in the late round. Mad V was impactful in the early round. And at that point, there's nothing else left for you to do if you're one of their teammates. They've already cleaned it up.
The crazy thing is, going into this matchup, Toki was the second highest player in the whole tournament for ACS. I'm not gonna lie, she hasn't had to do anything yet.
No. No, I mean, we saw a couple rounds, but she's been a spectator for most of this sport. Now, Plant's on the corner, expecting that on the side of Falcons, they'll be looking to use the utility still left in their belt to delay this a little bit longer, make that a lot longer, because they have a ton to work with already. Season 8, good night. You're not getting away with that one. And Taki even spraying the bullets down. Now the second attempt, never mind. It doesn't even get started. Third attempt, nade on mine. After the second kill, and that nade's fired through to delay even further. Not that it's needed, because they're cleaning up every single kill along the way.
Yeah, and Andaluthia flawless to get us into that second round done and dusted. And oh, this is the thing. Like, I think there's always maybe a little bit of a deflated feeling when you manage to have a comeback like that in the last map. The worrying thing is you can't really afford a slow start over on the Valiant side, especially when you consider the defensive side of the last map. They really struggled to get anything done. Now, something I've enjoyed seeing is the Gecko on this map. I think especially having it combined with another flash agent can cause real issues for your opponent. And already, we're going to see a little bit of aggression. Nice work from Lisa. Again, they're just combining these flashes alongside a peek. And wow, okay, Sandra's gone for quite an aggressive attempt at a trade.
It's not often you see such aggression from the defensive side. Look, they fully pushed up B, used a flash out of A window, had to go recover the flash, tried to get an orb at the same time. Happy that if they did get fought, they would just take the duels. But they've won it on both extremities. They've got it locked down. And the downside is Toki. Look at where she is. It's a big problem that leaves Thykuza having to watch her back, which leaves Nino having to watch her back as well. And so this defense, although there's 3 players on A, it's not 3 players looking at one choke point. And it gives Falcons this idea that maybe they can go elsewhere to capitalize on the gaps in the map control. They are right. They can get a plant for, I guess, defender side of B site. And the post plant, it's not like they have the best agents for post plant, but it could be something to force them into closer duels on the rotate, maybe.
30 seconds left.
I'm just looking at like, Thykuza for a second seemed prepared. No way that she expects this kill. Rifle will be collected as well for Toki. Mentioned her being a highlight outside of this match so far. We'll see what she's got left for the real here as a couple of players coming round the corner. I don't think she expected 2 to be there. Too many targets. And now Ava, star of the show in the last map, alongside Luge. Well, make it just Ava. We'll see what she can do.
Well, I'm surprised they're taking fights on their own. One by one, they fight. In fact, splitting again. This time, another 1v1. Thankfully, the trade was there, but this is not the player to take those kinds of risks against. If she hasn't shown it to you already, I think that one ought to get the heart rate pumping a little bit. Jeez. I mean, if they win that, Tom, you talk about the opponents of Valiant feeling a little bit flat after the last game. I think that would have taken all the fizz out of their game.
Yeah, and again, a lot of these fights just a little bit silly, like splitting up and looking for clues, especially, I'll be honest, when you're up against a Bulldog, what's the chance of like a triple spray down? I would say like 1,000,000 to 1. It's not the gun you get it, unless you're zooming in and then you don't even have any mobility. It seemed like a pretty easy decision in the end, but still way too close for comfort. And now looking back at what's left on the other side, they're already looking a little bit more vulnerable.
Well, yeah, you mentioned those weaknesses. Obviously, Mel and Thykuza don't have the best weapons. Not that anyone's running an Outlaw or an Odin, but the third best. For the side of Valiant, they've made the right call. They've seen some utility come down. Rotates are on the way, but the point is no aggression on the A site. There's no point losing a player for no reason, and still some decent utility to play off. The cam online, the trap might even just catch Toki as she goes to walk back. Never mind. Destroyed, and Toki's picking up at least one, but okay, it's not as much of a delay as it could have been.
It's the Dizzy. Straight away, a stun comes through, and with Mad V already having that Rolling Thunder, this is really a race against the clock. The second they get anywhere near that spike, well, the Paranoia are going to be expended first. There's the Rolling Thunder. They might not even need it. Already the 2 kills going in their direction. And okay, walking around the corner with no bullets might be a problem, but not when you have Ava on your team. 2 quick kills. Falcons already 3-1 in the lead. Well, the financial damage that was done in the last round is now going to rear its evil head.
Goodbye. It's not going to be the prettiest. Not that it made much of a difference on the last map. When that economic damage eventually came through, it was essentially the same thing in the next round, where you just had this flood from Falcons as they took round after round after round. Valiant woke up, but the problem is, you know, after you get an engine stalling like that and it eventually warms up, you leave it out in the cold for a few hours, it's going to be the same old story. We'll see if this time it can start ticking back over, as we've got lots of pistols in play. 2 sheriffs, for the most part. Valiant are hoping the element of surprise can be their sharpest weapon. Doesn't look like that's on the cards, though. As you can see, covering all their bases on this attack side.
I would have been surprised if Serena managed to win that one. I guess the range was the major difference maker already. Toki has earned up that showstopper if necessary. Another great paranoia from Ava as well. Her utility so far has been almost as fearsome as her individual ability. And well, there is Toki to close out the Andaluthia flawless. This is already starting to look worryingly like that first map, but as we've already seen, there's always opportunities for Valiant to respond.
Absolutely. Yeah, it ain't over until you see that 13th round on the board. And well, so far, just looking at this round, it's not like there was a ton of hope, but it's not like there should have been. Just two Sheriffs and Classics backing them up. This is where the real battle is on their hands, and where that line in the sand has to be drawn. You can see Valiant definitely feel that way too. A pause called in ahead of this important round, and you know, I'm just looking at the ults. Serena's got hers online, so a Thrash to play with. Toki coming in with the big old showstopper. But it's on the defensive side for Valiant, where they have a lot of them just about to come online. A Rolling Thunder, a showstopper, all possible. So something else to help them out if they end up falling into deeper water. They might need it with how things have gone. I want to see them stop Falcons here.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how they continue to play this, because we saw a lot of sort of initial aggression, and I feel like that was slightly more successful than what we've witnessed with the attempts in the retakes. Like, I think Falcons have been methodical when it comes to their post plants, and with a decent amount of utility, especially on Breach and Raze. But even then, just I think the paranoia has been held a lot of the time by Ava, just to allow them a little bit of an extra burst when it comes to those attempts to deny a retake. Ready early nade thrown in by Thykuza, but well, I was going to say it might not deter. It has. The Falcons are going to fall back completely.
Some utility denial on the A site for Falcons. They know there was a bit of aggression pushed up. See the A main aggression. You expect it on B? I mean, after the Boombot, surely. This is a quick blitz in from Toki. Two players on the other side. Wanted a nade. He decided against it. The stun instead coming through. The nade will follow. It's landed close. Serena going to be pulled out. Okay, an attempt to see some. I don't know how many it's got. It looks like a lot. Oh, they're in a lot of trouble if the push only came through, Tom. But they didn't believe. They didn't have faith. And this has cost them massively. A huge commitment from the side of Valiant. A huge hit. And it's found ultimately nothing. They're looking the other way, but it's worked out. Thykuza gets the kill. And they can fall back now in the 4v4.
Look at where Ava is, though. Look at her position. It's just utter filth. She's completely behind them and will just get Thykuza for free. It's almost just trying to bait out these rotations. Showstopper used, and will take out Serena. Lisa needs to go huge here, and she does. Finds the kill. Onto Sandra. That's now the last player standing. 15 seconds left. Needs this kill almost immediately, and Lisa again. It's just a demon on that A site. It will be around for Valiant. It was definitely shaky at times, but they stepped up when it mattered.
Again, from, I think, Serena's perspective, having used that Thrash, I need to see the replay to really pay attention to how it lands. But from her perspective, I don't know if she'll be expecting that there's still at least one player there with a gun ready to fight. You go running through that smoke, you die, it's all over. But from what we could see, that could have been unbelievable if they just take a few steps forward. 3 quick kills. Either way, they'll be happy to find that round. Lock one in for that defensive squad. As Falcons seek out some control over middle, they're denied any over main. Again, it will just be Ava left here to try and cover this a little later into the round while the squad refocuses attempts. Again, it's that A site. And look, the success hasn't been huge. I think, again, we're going to see that blast pack flash play from Toki. No, in fact, just grouping up together. They're not committing to A. I think they're trying to pull rotates.
That Prowler's got a little mission. Nice start from Serena, though. That's already going to drop what you'd think would be the lurk, but it's actually not the lurk. Because, again, Ava has just completely taken control of the B site solo. It's basically a retake setup being played for Valiant, but the amount of space she's being able to get, basically for free, is very peculiar. I don't think I've ever seen anybody just be able to walk up like this, and because of it,
30 seconds
well,
left.
after the last round not seeing anything, they're going to get a post plant with nobody really in position. Now, Thykuza does have a showstopper, and it's actually going to use it. I was going to say on 1 HP, that is bold.
This has been a very confusing round for most of these players. Control never really what it seems is this position inside of Market's doubled up on for the Falcons side. They seem to have a good off angle to fight on, but that spray needs to be good. It needs to destroy the little guy. And they don't know. There could still be someone defusing it as they spray a little bit more. He's in. They're low, but they're able to get it just about. It's stopped with a second left on the defuse. Even less, a fraction, a few pixels, but it's enough. Leaving Valiant down in the dirt. It's a shame. They were literally a split second away from taking it.
Yeah, I thought they had it for a moment. I thought maybe we'd been baited out, but yeah, I'm not, like the showstopper on 1 HP. I get it. It gets you some space back, but then you just see that one kill. I actually think got the ult for Sandra, which then hits everybody with the Nightfall. So they get all the information that where all the players are rotating from. It actually did make a big difference. Unfortunately, they got unlucky with who got the kill, but. That's yeah, and just it's interesting. Like I think especially if you're going to be abandoning a site completely, I expect the Cypher util to be there, or like a cam or something. But it seems like they were just happy to give up complete control, which I'm not sure I agree with.
It's definitely a peculiar one. This time Cypher util still on A, but there's a few more players defending B. I think they've detected it might be seen as a weakness. Maybe not after this. Some kills going to the pistols, and Sandra's just tucked in the corner with nowhere to go, no escape from this madhouse. As Falcons, 22 players left up against the pistols, and Lush is lucky to even still be alive, dancing desperately around the market. And Thykuza finds her eventually. It's pretty much done. Mad V's had some insane rounds so far. This one, though, I don't know. It would be a little too much.
Gun here.
Big round from Mel, especially after what's been a very quiet start to the game from her. I think that is her first 3 kills onto the board, but 3 impactful ones at that. And yeah, after 2 rounds of completely abandoning that B site, they stack it, and the stack has worked wonderfully. I don't think Falcons are going to be walking into that site again.
Oh, that's enough of that one. Well, 5-3, and for Falcons, look, you've got a Rolling Thunder online at least to take space on the attacking side, but, well, Valiant have a Rolling Thunder online too, and the Thrash to fall back on. What they don't have is Mal or Lizza. 2 quick kills from Toki, straight through Market, straight into the B site. There's no way back for Valiant now. That Rolling Thunder might have to be used, but are you going to commit it in a 3v5? Are you going to commit it when you don't even have a breach left anymore? Ludge, oh no, it's everyone else but the breach. Never mind. I was setting up the flank play, but well, Ludge got a little more than I was expecting.
Yeah, she's been there most rounds as well. I think even one of the rounds, Serena hard cleared her from that position, but she's able to get away with murder. And I said maybe they wouldn't go back to the B site. Evidently, I was wrong. Just for me once, I guess, but. Yeah, that is an instant response from Falcons. Almost a disrespect play to just go straight back into that site after being slaughtered in the prior round. And well, for Ninu, not really much you could do here. Just try and hold on to the gun. The rest of the players on her team have enough to buy in the next round. So making sure that she's going to have a purchase is definitely an important factor here.
I'll double the rounds and Valiant again. That vibe has to be similar to the last map in that they're not stringing together rounds. It doesn't feel like up until their back is truly against the wall, up until they're pushed into a corner, they don't have their own ground to stand and fight on. It's just a little scrap here and there as their opponents steal round after round. Eventually they warmed up on the last one, they hit their stride. We need to see that control come into play a little sooner this time around. 13-11's tough. to lose your own map pick on, but it could have been a whole lot worse. Hopefully we won't see that version this time.
But this time they do at least have themselves the Cypher utility. You can see the aftershock going through the wall just to try and destroy a trip that's close, but as an instant response of a smoke. And again, like the utility they have for a retake is actually sublime. Like having a rolling thunder and thrash, you'd almost feel a little bit hard done by if they don't manage to get something done. The fact is, though, Falcons, after a little bit of utility has been placed, they're deterred. They go back towards this A site. The only defender actually within it is going to be Thykuza, who's had a little bit of a rough showing so far today. Definitely someone we know can put those numbers on the board. She is the early warning system, already calling for a rotation from her teammate. Going to be caught out, so they know that she's here already. And there's the rolling thunder on the other side. Both ways, in fact.
Oh, yeah. The attempt, though, should leave the defenders without the ability to fight back. Thrash thrown through, little bit of space taken, but they have to cross by the site, and they've no idea that Ava's already there! 2 quick kills, turning on a dime each time. And Toki follows up for a little more. The third is a precise shot out of Ava, and despite Thrash being used and Lush being seized up, well, they don't lose a single player. And the Lucia flawless for the side of Falcons.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, she has been monstrous throughout this series so far. Like, there hasn't been a player that has been able to match her pound for pound. And 13 and 4. Like we spoke about her and Mad V running away with it in the last map. Now it's her and Toki running away with it in this one. I can see even after the somewhat failures of the last time they played and the last time they played versus Valiant, why they still want to be playing this map, because things are looking good for them. Again, chance to take down Ava. Those are not given too often. I was going to say I like the trip, but it's actually been destroyed by the nade. I don't think that was intentional, but it's done it nonetheless.
It's all part of the plan, Tom. They knew there'd be a trap right there. No, of course, just a happy accident. And the space taken by Toki, she's not giving it up. You know, everyone else has fallen back to B main, but she wants to hold that control, and much to her peril. Unfortunately, one less player now to play in the post plant as the spam battle is about to ensue. Smoke down as the defuse is attempted, already going to be denied on the first. Little man already down and out of here, and well, Mad V's in trouble, but has teammates to trade. Defuse underway, and this time they're not stopping it. This time, Valiant will find the round despite nobody standing by the time the barriers go back up.
Yeah, I think a really good mosh thrown into that corner. That was where they were hoping to sort of almost have the spam from counter flash as well. They didn't have the weaponry, so they just went in with the utility to deny. Even the cage at the end was great. And I actually think that Lisa may have even body blocked a couple of bullets with her face just to try and stop that one from happening. It's still going to leave them financially in a bit of a rough spot, but similarly to the last map, they've struggled to get much on the board, so anything they can get here, they're going to be happy with.
Yeah, it's been a scrappy half. And like you said, you know, rounds in the last map, in the first half, there was nothing very convincing for Valiant. But hey, if they're able to keep putting rounds on the board by any means necessary, then fire away. Don't let me stop you. For the side of Falcons, a slow attempt. Not pushing it too quickly. B main control's been taken. They were watching for A flanks. Now the rotates through. It's going to be a blitz on the B site, and the question is, what is Thykuza's response going to be? Because she's quite deep in towards the site, falling around to a slightly safer angle, but that's what I was expecting eventually. Showstopper fired. Not to great success, and not to great success is the mid push either. It's a disaster.
Oh, Law's just been having a field day. The fact that that's the second time she's caught a couple of players trying to rotate, and we go straight back into this post plant again. This time though, Ava in a slightly more aggressive position, just gonna fall back. It's gonna be a lot more difficult. Okay, sure, you've still got the Martian to maybe throw little bro out there to try and do something here, but ultimately there's so many players ready and waiting to try and stop this, and leaving just Serena now to try and fight them all. Definitely not going to be easy. At least gets one for her troubles, but an 8-4 half for Falcons, again putting themselves in a strong advantage going into the second half.
Just thinking back to that interview we had earlier on with Thykuza, and she talked a lot about the micro gameplay, about being on the same page in fights, taking those duels, and actually, I would say that Falcons have done a phenomenal job at that. Even that last fight there shows you it. 3 players deep in main, 2 are hiding on a very deep angle, and so the second that they get peeked and the fight actually comes through, the second one of those players gets peeked, the one closest swings, and the player who was behind the actual box deep in B main swings. So at that point, unless you're hitting 2 of the quickest bullets of your life in a spray transfer from the gods, it's over. And that's it. I think Falcons have just done such a good job at securing a lot of these rounds. There's not a lot of clutches that went towards Valiant. I don't think Falcons needed a lot of clutches last map either, because they were just winning rounds. And there it is. Aggressive Thykuza for the pick.
Gotta be careful over the top of the smoke. It's in such a deadly position. We've seen tens farming from that exact spot over in Americas, and well, it's going to work out for them once again. Thykuza definitely trying to be a little bit cheeky around the smoke and has done damage somehow. Doesn't get traded immediately, but then those frags come back, leaving things down to 1. Lisa has been phenomenal, but down to just 10 HP. Really needs to work some magic. Both opponents are also low. Playing a game of Ring Around the Rosie has managed to isolate, although not looking the right way. Sandra will convert that second pistol now in the favor of Falcons, and well, it seems like Valiant are going to need another miraculous comeback if they're going to take this map.
But yeah, this is where things get dicey, right? If I'm not mistaken, that's both pistols for Falcons, and
it is.
Yeah, win rates, as we've discussed many times, they just skyrocket when you're in this position. Now, as we can see, the effect is not that great, that different from what we saw in the last map. It's now 9-4, a chance to pull this up to 10-4, and that's where Valiant were. They still didn't win last map, and it was a miraculous recovery, like you said, Tom. If they get the exact same as previously, it's not going to work out for them, and so they're putting all their eggs in one basket. We've seen the gambles from the squad of Valiant before, the 3rd round up. Well, this time, they're coming in with a 4-spy right off rip on the attack side as well. They can use the numbers to their advantage. Let's see if it works out. It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Spam through. Plant is going to be in. This fast-paced take has once again paid dividends. They haven't got the opener this time, or never mind. Same as before. I was going down. Mad V might get caught with you two. In fact, no, it's going to be Toki. They're just playing off of these aggressive individual pushes. One will come back for Ava, but they've still got an awful lot to do. Sees to try and hold them back that little bit further. You can see the Prowler going through the smoke, catching another, but the frags now all going in the direction of Valiant. The last couple of players are low. Ava's still in with a chance, but the time is surely ticking too far gone at this stage. Needs to be on it, and will maybe clear out the remaining players at least, but there ain't no way you're getting that defuse.
What a response from Valiant. I love it. At the end of the day, they've had these plans before, and they've fallen to pieces, but this time, that plan came together. You love to see it. Now, there's still a lot more work to be done, don't get me wrong, but disrupting the flow of this defense side, already speaks volumes about what we're about to see. And after a close first map, it's anyone's game right now. But again, we see Ava in these clutches, and she's just so terrifying to play against.
Team 5.
She was something similar last map as well, like 26 or something. It's just that level of consistency is nuts, and she's managed to find her way just past these players in the tiniest of gaps. And again, the second time, but no shrouded step. It's got to be a swing straight through the trap.
Maybe hoping that somebody gives her an angle, makes a mistake. Rotation has come in from her teammates, but the weaponry not really there to fight this one through, and they are being picked apart one by one by one. There's only a minor investment, but for the side of Valiant, just trying to keep this as clean as possible, trying to build up some economy here, is going to be a pretty big deal.
Definitely the goated sheriff choice here, non-upgraded on the Neo Frontier. I was believing, but I think her real downfall is not using the inspect animation. We all know that if you do spin that pistol, allow the 1 bullet reload, slide it down your arm, doing the cylindrical spin, it increases your accuracy. It might be a placebo
You're trying
effect.
to rival Zelsis on the sellout trade.
What? I mean, I don't make anything if people buy the Neo Frontier. I'm just trying to make people's days
don't
better.
know that.
Make their games better. You know what? Hey, listen, I'll
I
take
don't know
a
that for a
1%
fact.
cut.
You ain't got no proof.
And if you're running the Odin upgraded, don't talk to me. Just let me know who you are so I can block you. Thank you.
Straight through. Already investing in the ult. Of course, it can be retrieved, so not the end of the world. Mel still looking to try and find something here on the lurk, and Lisa doing the same. Now at least,
Rash is ready.
like they might just fall back, trying to play this round a little bit slower in the default. Again, it looks like a much more retake setup over on that B site, which honestly, I don't think either side have had massive amount of success with. See, you have to commit somewhere. This push through A is probably going to give them the information that, okay, it's definitely not going to be in this direction. A fast flank would be nice, but she's actually going to blast back over it. Now, there's no one close enough to hear that. Now, there is another trip, so it might not be too big of a deal, but it's definitely going to allow for a fast rotation.
Yeah, it's feeding that information over to the rest of the squad who are currently avoiding all that utility that's flowing through. Mal, though, quick play around the side, and I guess it has blindsided them. Free for that, and a paranoia that, well, Ava's still able to hit. Now, it should be done. Yeah, Mal able to eventually convert down into the 2 versus 2. And look, Valiant, they're a little bit trapped, but they can go for the spams down to try and deny that defuse. The cage has blocked vision, and it's already half. Now they're going to be worried. It could be stuck right under their nose, and as Mal steps in to check, Toki rips her head clean off. Nino steps hurt. The spray, it's not on, but eventually it finds its mark. Only 1 player left. The time ticking away, and Nino's managed to dodge another stun in, and it's clean. A clutch for Nino as it goes 9-7. Valiant not down and out yet.
Oh, I thought they were going to have that one. Honestly, it looked like Falcons had it in the bag, but again, somebody steps up for the side of Valiant. A great round from Mel as well, but it was just the fact that they had that utility to isolate and then just unable to catch out Nino on that last moment. The Red Bull clutch will come through, and it's the same scenario as before, but this time a little bit earlier.
I think with the way things have gone, it's understandable. Last time, if I'm remembering, you had a lot of blows back and forth. Valiant caught a little streak of rounds. This time, they know what happens when Valiant start to warm up. They know this game can actually get a whole lot closer. And, Falcons, it wasn't necessarily, when you look at the timeline, it wasn't as dominant as what we saw in the previous. The fact that you end up with this, considering the pistol goes their way, obviously it's a big help. And then they win that second pistol, we're saying that should be it. That's your win rate skyrocketing. But a force buyback from Valiant has left them in rocky waters, and they've tumbled into the drink. I mean, look, there's not a lot that they can do. Even in this round, you're coming in with pistols. Probably it's 9-8. I think they've called a timeout at the right time, and if anything, they got to be worried that Valiant, they're looking so cool, calm, and collected under this kind of pressure. The 13-11 can break some people, but it hasn't broken Valiant. Not yet, at least.
No. I think we've seen even step-ups on some of the players in terms of their individual prowess. And as you said, like, if you get 1 round, instantly lose 2, 1 round, instantly lose 2, that's enough to just destroy most teams' mental. But, they seem good to go. Paranoia, fantastic, but it doesn't matter. Serena immediately responding. Okay, that's a nice shot. A little bit of a fade away. And I think they're going to spot that the majority of players are now rotating in the direction of this B site. It will be a quick sprint, A clear. Of course, no spike available for Mel, but she's just looking to take control.
She's definitely made it more awkward for Falcons to push back through. They don't know where she is. And that alone keeps them back. Well, it keeps most of them back. Not mad V. Picked up Serena, but the little guy is already performing his last act. planting the spike, giving them some room to play with. It's not comfortable to be in a 3v3 in this position, certainly not with Lush being where she is. Hello! And that's a weapon upgraded information to play with. The hat comes off the head, and now that showstopper can be pointed with deadly accuracy. Good flash by Nino. That might just have saved the day. In fact, she teleported! Toki, 5 HP, 5 HP, flashed up. Defusing it though, right under their nose, but it's checked. Another remarkable round from Nino. Well played.
Mel just like, if she'd got that kill, that would have been the outplay of the century. Honestly, she waited for that second ping. Like the first ping, she could have TP'd off that. She waited for the second one to TP out the way and just couldn't quite get the gun out in time. But that would have been just utter filth.
Yeah, I want to see that one again.
Very, very close. Look, like, she's convinced. She's like, I've got the kill. I have to. She just got picked.
Sometimes it'd be like that. Look, the showstopper, no match for a very cheap PC utility. Well, the kill went their way in the end, 9-8. As we said, Falcons will be relatively happy to have made it that close. The win's all they're looking for.
Houdini versus a bazooka.
Hey, that's a sold-out show.
That in real life.
He would have had a way.
See if he can catch that one in a cup.
In his teeth. Good luck to you.
Well, again, Valiant on this attack side. We've mostly seen them have heavy defensive side victories, but that's mostly because they have heavy defensive side victories that we don't get to see much of the attack. The one time they did, their attack was dominant. And while what a start to this round already, the showstopper was meant to be the piece of the puzzle that maybe gets them a kill. They didn't need it. Aftershock managing a kill, and while the 3 players surviving, the defense, I think, is almost, I was going to say hoping for a mistake. They're going with the Rolling Thunder.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, there's a flank thrown out by Lisa as well, so players on site just need to delay. In fact, it looks like they're dealing damage instead. Taking these duels successfully, swinging through, and Lush now last alive, easily traded out. 1 by 1, they fought, and 1 by 1, they fell. Valiant tied up 9-9. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a pause out of either of these teams for Valiant to stay focused and push themselves through to victory, but after 5 in a row, they might just want to steady the ship. As Falcons, they might have the pressure to talk to their coaching staff as they're running out of time. They want to be 2-0 in this.
This is a nice spot. That goes there. Yes.
Well, 5 rounds in a row. After, again, what was a great attack side from Falcons on a map that they've chosen. I'd say if Valiant take this one, I don't think they're going to be choosing it versus them again if they go back around and play them once more. Of course, the loser of this will be heading into the lower bracket. They're not finished just yet. It's not a death sentence, that's for sure. You'd still... well, either Giant X or G2 are going to be down there as well, and I wouldn't want to be heading in that direction. Thykuza has taken so much space. This almost looks like a backwards round. They are coming into the B site from behind. Lodge, I don't even know what she could do. Oh, there you go. That'll do. That's a nice shot.
Just going forward as well. Meeting up with the rest of the squad. Thank God as well, because that Thrash has got massive value. Mel shut down eventually, and Rolling Thunder put through on the other side as Valiant look to retake control, but nobody's caught. They've made it around the corner, just about evading them. Valiant, time, it's not that low. 3 players on the other side. They could easily be rooted out of these positions, and they're pretty scattered as well. The TP across is causing problems, but Lee's is hitting it, making it look easy with those flicks. But Lush doing much the same as all 5 kills land on Lush's lap. Falcons not giving up their lead anytime soon. That's 10-9.
Being a killer.
Right, well, nobody clipped the moment where I said Lodge is surrounded, what can she do? Because the answer was kill everyone. Like, that's the thing. She was playing Market in a round where they lost the spawn and got flanked from behind and from main, and she killed everyone. That should never happen. Ever.
And there were ults
and that's only the second round they've had.
She's trading out thrashes for her teammates and fighting from the spawn, then running back to the market. This was
That's
just
insane.
a menacing round. And a very frustrating one if you're Valiant. That's they didn't manage to
I
string
heard
a single round.
Falcons signed Simple. I didn't realize it was to their Game Changers team.
Yeah, hell of a pickup, right? Oh, if Ava stuck around, she could have been in trouble, but she's just evaded both pieces of utility. And for Falcons, no ultis on the way back through, no nade to play with. Stun is refreshing right now.
Ooh.
There's a lot offline for this squad, and Valiant, well, they've got the angles, they haven't got the fight, so Ava again quickly just explodes that defensive setup from Valiant. No chance for them in the post plants.
They have so much firepower. It's actually insane, like the individual prowess that we see. Don't get me wrong, there's some decent supportive util at times, but like some of the rounds they're winning, it's just, oh yeah, by the way, Ava's just waited for a smoke to fade and 2 people's head are gone. The last round, it's like, yeah, they had some good distraction plays, but was most of it Lodge hitting everyone in the face? Yes. It's ridiculous how much depth of talent this team has. Like, we've seen everybody just pulling off these ridiculous rounds. And while for Valiant, it's one of those scenarios where, sure, there's been opportunities for them to capitalize here, but I kind of look at it and go like, yeah, that just happens sometimes. It's like, I don't know what the coaches are going to be saying. Like, don't get aced by their Cypher who insta-headshot everyone. Like, it might just be trying to calm the storm, because they've proven that a lot of these rounds they can win in a row. It's just whether they have that ability to close it out, because I feel like they had everything in their favor to go to overtime in the last map. They kind of crumbled a little bit. And I feel like that might have happened here where, yeah, you basically lost a round because a rifle was given over to a player with a pistol and they killed everyone. Like, that's unfortunate, but I guess if you didn't peak that solo, that doesn't happen.
I'll tell you, if this was the Pelennor Fields, I think it's time for Ava to stop counting. I think it's already in the bag. 23 kills, 11 deaths, doing it on any agent you want as well. Matt V, hey, listen, the assist game, it's yours. Opening duels probably still, even with that breach. Certainly after the first round. It's just W keys. But on the side of Valiant, like, they've used their timeout. They've had a moment to talk. They've put in a couple of credits here, but mostly it's waiting for the next, trying to compete for 12-9, but there's a chance that they could pull it back here. Lisa does well to find the first, although it's shut down immediately. There's lots of players here for Falcons. Utility is a sign of that. As soon as that market push is seen, it is pushed back by the nade. Nino's isolated and taken down. Mal's done a remarkable job, though. Through a smoke, just peeks in to take Ava, and the numbers are equalized. Rifles, not really retrievable. A Bulldog on Serena's as good as it gets right now, but the element of surprise comes back into it. They've pumped the brakes, and Falcons don't know where they've gone. Falcons now know where they've gone.
Okay.
Hostile removed.
Whoops.
Well, at least there's a trade. 40 seconds left, as they will now start making their move on towards the A site.
Give me a call.
Still a little bit of utility.
Where is everyone hiding?
Play with them. Well, that's all the information they could ever need. Bear in mind, Sandra is desperately low. Even the Stinger will be able to close her out. And well, Thykuza tries to bait out the ult and ends up being given away by a trip anyway. That's a little bit unlucky. Now, there is a Mosh available. That might even kill off Sandra before anything happens. Never mind. It's now just down to 1, and not this time. Thykuza, even though she was revealed about 5 times in this round, will get a sneaky spot to close.
I guess they got so used to seeing where she was. And who knows, maybe it plays into it. They saw her revealed towards the elbow, so they thought she was still there. Ingenious play. Fake information.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Mel coming through that smoke, I think, is a big part of that round. Not only blocking off smokes for the way back through, not only taking out a player who has been the clutch player for this squad in so many important scenarios. Again, you know, you got to mention Luz as well. She's had a couple of, I think, especially late rounds, some really big rounds. But for the side of Falcons, another hero might be needed. Look, 11 to 10, and still plenty of life in this attacking side.
Stack, though. 4 players on the back of the B site. You wouldn't be mistaken for thinking this is an eco round. They have put all of their eggs into one basket, but it has been a lot of these early fights heading in this direction. Showstopper popped early.
Yeah.
I am not sure what gave that one away. Okay, sure, there was a bit of utility placed in that direction, but I don't know. Maybe Toki's just ready to frag out and doesn't need the showstopper, but that seems wasteful.
I don't know if it's a misread or almost her telling them that she's weak on the B side. She's solo holding it. She's panicking. Second, a noise is heard. Showstopper's fired. That's where you could be finding a lot of value if they just dive out. You can use this advantage of numbers. Element of surprise that we've been talking about. Good sees, but look, there's players on the backside that haven't been spotted. They're not ready necessarily, but Thykuza delivers on the back of the flash. Another for Thykuza, and out comes the showstopper. Ava might have a chance if there wasn't a rocket at her feet. A fourth kill and an ace potentially here for Thykuza. The last player spotted. She's not greedy. No, she doesn't want it. Not in a 1v3. It's the right call. Backing off towards main, and we see this very difficult to root out play. 3 players, a different angle for each one. There's no way. If you had a smoke, maybe you could bait them into peeking. Revealed as well, adds to it. And sure, there's a cage. You block off their vision from okay, it might actually be doable. The tap is brilliant, forces them into a fight. Now it's a 1v1. Lush has had so many clutches. We said it earlier, and now a chance to bring it across the line. Oh no! Lisa just about steps in to demolish Falcons' hopes. Neck and neck as we come into round number 23, Tom. We're going the distance no matter what.
The flash that came through was truly unbelievable. And of course, Thykuza had to capitalize off of all of it. A great round from her, but that was some fantastic supportive utility, especially just reading into the fact that there was more than one player there and that Thrash hadn't caught everybody. It made things so much more possible. I think also the internal clock from Lisa, either that or she's counting, was just spot on. Like the swing right at the end of it getting to half, just making so that the player's not letting go before then. So it was just perfectly timed. And while now the economy of Falcons is in the bin once more, and they are sat, this time maybe up against losing 13-11 unless they have a response here.
Well, this timeout is certainly them searching for a response, but we had spoken coming into that round about how Valiant didn't have a lot invested. They actually left a lot of credits in their back pocket, so they were very much expecting. The likelihood was you're hitting 12-9, you're winning 3 rounds in a row. They just won 5 in a row, so that seems doable. You know, I can definitely give them that. Now, Falcons might be in a similar boat. They might have to give that 12th up, the lead to Valiant right at the end. I mean, having had control of this series for so long, of this map for so long, and then from round 14 onwards, it has been an absolute disaster for the side of Falcons. This timeout, there must be a novel worth of information being dumped on them. And now putting it to practice with weaker weapons, they might just have to fight for an overtime.
Well, we have a bit of an investment here. Somewhat of a half buy of sorts, but we've seen them do more with less. Ults particularly close either, so for either team, in fact. It's mostly just going to come down to the firefights, and that has, for the most part, where Falcons have thrived. Well, Nina already going down. The thing is, I will say that a lot of Falcons retakes have been pretty underwhelming. I would say a lot of what they've been good at is getting in early in some of these rounds, shutting things down before they truly get dangerous, and Valiant's post plants have been on point. It looks like they're going to have another here as Falcons almost completely set up for the retake.
How much space do Valiant think they've been given, though? Because it looks like they're going to peek into this. Yeah, and a little bit of damage. No severe punish, though. Because they lose another player who's a weapon retrievable. And for the side of Falcons, that would be worth its weight in gold right now. It's so many weaknesses to play with. No big ulties. Utility is there, and Ava's there, sorry. Ava's there. It's winnable. It's doable. It's
Oh,
favorable.
no.
They found another. It's down to 2. Mel trying desperately to stand strong. Some support in the back. Now gone. It's all onto Mel. And there's too many bodies on the other side. Falcons somehow get away with that. And, well, it's in the round where we decide to call into question their ability to retake, Tom. And they do it with pistols.
Yeah, it's like I understand from the perspective of Valiant, you're a player down. You want to try and get up in the faces of your opponent a little bit more, but like, I just don't think you give them these fights. Like, they've been so good with their utility and post-plant scenarios that I just don't feel like it was really necessary. And obviously Ava's there again to just hit a straight BS shot through a smoke at a wall, which definitely helped, but they're more isolated duels, more slip-ups, and right on crunch time. And now, well, we've seen the script flipped. It's Valiant that are coming in with the weaker buy here. Falcons with an opportunity to close out this map after, like, what was a great comeback through the smoke on a stun? Okay.
We're getting towards the very late stage. What is this, the 48th round that's being played out by both of these squads? Mistakes will be made at this point, and, well, for Valiant, they have to hope that Falcons make one too many. Again, moving towards this A side, and for Valiant, they saw in the previous round that it was wide open after a little bit of pressure. This time, Omen ult's used, and it's way out of range for anybody on Valiant. So this could be towards the A side. It could have been back elbow. Couldn't really be their spawn. That's the one advantage they've got. Their back is at least secure because of the position they had Lisa in.
Information will be there.
30 seconds
Serena
left.
has managed to clear out that A site. Thykuza looking to try and get a little bit cheeky around the edge of this smoke. The fade will give her that fight. And the satchel helping. Paranoia through. Hasn't been capitalized on yet, but Mel will be able to find the frag, giving them that player advantage. Now they can fall back into those posts. Lisa as well coming in on a late flank might be able to cause some serious issues at a second bite of the cherry. That's 2 players detained in the corner. Round is over. OT should be on the cards unless Ava has a true hero moment. The last player standing in a 1 versus 4, and it's just not happening. Lisa's flank was perfect. The round in general was spot on. And this time we do hit OT.
Yeah, very good read, I think, on that side for Valiant. And you have to wonder for Falcons, look, there's a million things you can do at the start of the round, and it's very easy to point at the one that might have worked. But what we've seen from them a couple of times is early aggression on the defensive side that puts Valiant on the back foot. You have to wonder if maybe that was the play. After A was so wide open in the last round, leaving it open again, well, that was something that Valiant were more than happy to go for. And coming into overtime, a pause for the side of Falcons Vega. And this is the squad that won both pistols, but we can kind of give them some slack considering they lost the follow-up on the second. And that led to the 5-round streak for Valiant. But now that we move back to the rifles, you got to remember, Tom, like, it's not like Valiant had the best defensive setups that completely choked out any hope for Falcons. That's not necessarily true, but they did win a lot of rounds back and forth, clutch plays in there. And now they're looking very much like they've showed up mechanically. This is somewhere Falcons need to be a little bit worried.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I don't like to ever be a scoreboard Steven, but just look at the scoreboard. Like, in terms of frags, Falcons should have closed this game out. Like the bottom, 11-9, pretty close. 15-15. Okay, 20-17, not so close. 26-17, really not close. 26-18. Like, how this game is still going, it's just off the fact that a lot of these rounds have come down to one player surviving for Valiant in a lot of these late round scenarios. It's ridiculous. But at the same time, they are getting the rounds over the line. And when it gets to OT, well, those numbers don't matter anymore.
Yeah, I have to lean towards a squad like Falcons. With how they've won a lot of their rounds, it just feels more repeatable. It feels like if we run it 100 times, they'll win the majority out of those.
Yeah,
maybe
cleaner,
not by a lot.
Much cleaner.
Yeah, exactly. But I can't argue with the facts in front of me. Despite what I'm seeing, Valiant are winning a lot of rounds. They are able to make these competitive. They are winning the clutches when they're put down to them. So let's see what they've got. The potential third
They
map of
need to
Icebox.
kill Lodge. They need to clear her. They are checking for it, but she's so far back. If they... it's going to happen again. She was such a problem for them when it came down to these retakes because you saw... Oh, actually, it's being checked. Mel's checking for it, but she still loses the fight. So they're still going to have to try and deal with it. Thykuza, though, wins a battle clean. That can make things more interesting. And all the players in main, well, we've already seen a sneaky defuse come in from them in the past.
Oh, they're baiting them into the angle, trying to get that swing for Sandra, and there it is. The crossfire good, the defuse underway again. No, it's come so close, but just about stopped. Spike diffuser was killed with a fraction of a second left on that. It looked like it was going to go all the way. For Valiant, it's stolen out from under their nose.
Yeah, I don't know how. Like, even when they know where she is, killing her off seems impossible. And as I said, every single member of Falcons has had an explosive round, and well, there's Sandra to add another one to the table. It truly is ridiculous, the ability that these players have. Now, their defensive side wasn't that impressive. You won both pistols, and everything sort of came down to a retake. Never really too many clean rounds from them. A different look, though, as a very aggressive A-hold. This, again... Guess who it's going to be on, Mitch? Have a guess. Because this happened before. I'm not saying anything.
I don't know what you mean, Tom. They've isolated Lodge. Well, actually, not so much, because Toki's come into play. The rotations have made it to be, at least that's what you're thinking. If you're inside of B main, you heard the steps. You heard market door closing. There's clearly a second player there at the very least. They don't know if there's a third or a fourth, and as we can see, there's not. They've gone towards the A site, so this utility will find a lot of value as it blinds out and blocks out with some of the few players that are still alive. That was through the smoke. She caught a glimpse of her for a second and walks away with a kill. Now Lodge is being cleared. They know that she could be here, and they're watching it. Nino, well played to find that. And with Thrash now out and about, okay, it's not going to find anything immediately, actually. Oh. Nope, those players are still good. No. They're still moving. So it's not going to find anything, but it delays them a second. It runs the clock down slightly and gives a chance. Now, Ava, every single clutch she's been in, she makes it look doable, even in the most unlikely of scenarios. And with Mel already down, perhaps a better chance. Up close, though, she's got to clear it, and she will. Lisa's dropped immediately, and the spray's now only 2 guns left to try and stop this defuse. They're not finding the mark to start with, and a wild spray reloads Serena. Not going to get there in time. The defuse is found, and Falcons take this series 13-11 and 14-12. At 2-0 doesn't do it justice, but they have certainly earned their win.
Yeah, I think Valiant definitely deserved the map. I'll be honest. Like, Falcons have definitely shown that they have got grit and determination within this series, but yeah, I think there's going to be people looking on VLR, looking on Run It Back, looking on the Spike and being like, oh, you know what, it's a 2-0 easy win. It was anything but.
Absolutely, Tom. And you see, even at the end there, that defuse was only found by a split second as well. You know, so many of these rounds were so damn close. But in the end, it's Falcons to take it. It did look like they played some very clean games, but I can see what Thykuza was talking about in the interview earlier. There's definitely a lot of potential for this squad on Valiant. They're winning a lot of rounds that they shouldn't, and that's a great sign if they can button up the rest of the fundamentals.
Yeah, and of course for them, not out of the running by any stretch of the imagination. They'll now head down into the lower bracket, and I'll be honest, if that's what they can do versus Falcons, who've had relatively clean wins versus everybody, I think that they're going to be all right in that lower bracket run.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they'll be looking at some sunny skies ahead. Now, as we talk about sunny skies, Tom, we got to mention that there's a chance for some people out there to get on over to the sunny skies of Spain. As, of course, there are plenty of tickets still for Madrid, the Masters event happening. And then, Tom, I don't know about you, but I'm planning to make a trip over to it. I think the teams we've got this year look unbelievable. Okay, well, I know about you, Tom. We're both planning to make a trip.
So there you go. Very, very convenient timing. We will be heading over to Madrid. So if you'd like to see us there, this is a good way to go.
Yeah, we'll be throwing that QR code up again later on after our next series, which is going to be coming up in a little bit. For now, though, we're going to toss this off to a break. We'll see you real soon.
know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. This is a wrap on our first upper bracket semi-final match. Falcons are taking it 2-0, but don't let that score fool you. This was a close series. Pilsky, Ash, you both predicted this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too surprised to see the outcome of the series. I did kind of get an inkling that Falcons was going to win, particularly given the fact that it's an upper bracket series. But as expected, went to at least 24 rounds, both maps. And look, Valiant have got to be kicking themselves because despite coming into yet another series like this as the underdog and pushing Falcons last time, it really was, again, as Thykuza was kind of mentioning in the interview, a difference of a couple of rounds that maybe they'll have to go back and have a look at later on.
Yeah, I think the 2-0, I get, again, like Pilsky just said, it doesn't give that full story as far as like how close these maps were. Of course, I think both teams being a lot more comfortable on the attacking side for both these maps, but I love the fact that for Falcons, they come back with a bite, right? Like they lost 9-13 last time on Sunset, and they felt confident enough to pick back into it, and I feel like that says a lot about this team too.
Yeah, that's definitely something like I want to talk to the team about. Like that kind of confidence, there's got to be some specific game planning going on that very map that they feel so very confident to just roll it all back again. Of course, Valiant's journey isn't over yet. They now will be facing off against Nazar, I believe, in the lower bracket. How do you see their chances there?
I think based on what I just saw, very good. You know, I regard Falcons as a pretty good team, and I feel like they've made positive pickups in the off season. They seem like a very strong team at the moment, and they're continuing that upward trajectory heading through this upper bracket. And given the fact that Valiant just pushed them right to the brink, definitely, despite the slow starts, looked like they could have been able to grind both of those maps back. I think Valiant should have no problem making it further through that lower bracket once they go and play those games.
Yeah, well, let's see how far they can take it. But first things first, we want to chat to the winners. So let's bring in Matt V from Falcons. First of all, congratulations to you and the squad. What an intense series this was. Very close to 2-0. And we need to know. Timeouts were called fairly late into both maps. What was the discussion there in the comms? How did you rally the troops to bring it home?
On both maps, we started on attack, and our attack was pretty good, so we didn't need a timeout. But we struggled the most against this team on defense, so that's why we kept all our timeouts for defense. And I'm glad we won. It was pretty close games.
What do you think the struggle is on the defensive side for you guys at the moment?
I think is that we over-rotate because we are used to like a normal attackers players, but Valiant, like they push at last 30 seconds, and we're not used to this play style. We're used to like people who like rush or they just go fast. They don't fake like 3-4 times.
Yeah. Now, another thing we discussed heading into this match was you guys picking Sunset again. You lost against him previously on the map as well, and this one was very close as well. What's the confidence for Sunset specifically? Why do you guys insist on playing this one?
We are more confident in Sunset. Us losing to them last time doesn't mean it was our mistake. It was like a close game. It was unlucky for us. We know we made mistakes and we know we can fix them. Us losing to them first time doesn't make Sunset bad for us or weak. We know it's the strongest map still.
That's right. Got to stick to the guns. And now one last question for you. Coming up in your upper bracket final, you might be facing against Giant X or G2. Is there a team you'd rather face off against, and if so, why?
Team that I wish to play against?
Mm-hmm.
No, to be honest, Giants and G2 are both very strong teams. I'm excited for the next matchup. It's either from G2 or Giants.
That's the spirit. But we're excited to see you back in action again once more. Congratulations to you and the squad, and we can't wait to see more of you.
Thank you so much.
And that was Matt V from Falcons, who just took that W. Well, there we have it. Sunset, they're just confident. It's a good, strong map for them. And honestly, yeah, just because you lose a game or two or play it close, no reason to throw the whole playbook out of the window.
I mean, yeah, it seems like they've done a little bit of reflection and they feel like it's like stylistically that maybe they struggle rather than kind of map dependent. So yeah, I think this time as well, it does make me a little nervous that they picked the same thing, and it looked like they very much could have lost again. But look, they pulled it through. They got the result. So look, if they keep sticking to their strengths, they keep winning, then you can't really complain too much.
No, and I love how like Madvy's just always so like humble too. I feel like when she comes in for these interviews, just like very sweet vibes coming out from her, the IGL, and I think too, she made really good points about like why they decided to conserve those timeouts into the defensive side. The fact that it's for the side of Team Valiant, they were very good at info starving, I think, at certain points with a lot of their contact plays and that kind of thing, making it a bit more difficult. We saw like some of those retake protocols coming out for the side of Team Falcons Vega, but the post plants were really strong there on Team Valiant. But it's nice to see that they're able to like at least make those adaptations at the end of the day to actually close out these maps.
There's definitely a few certain individuals which really stood out throughout the series. So let's take a look at one of them, Ava. She had a great game on both maps.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, on the fade on Lotus, pretty important role, especially with that comp that sees a lot of popularity at the moment. I can say, at least for the team that I coach, the guy that plays Fade on my team is not shooting that hard. I might get to go and rewatch this VOD because he's a glorified dog thrower most of the time. Eva, very much, working the map, using her util, but also getting a lot of value and impact, and then even flexing onto the Omen. It seems like the roles are a little interesting on this Falcons team. You've obviously got Sandra, who's gone from playing Duelist to flexing into Senti, and then also playing Fade on Sunset there, so that Eva can go and play the Omen. So I think she's, a lot of the time playing that same initiator role that we saw on BBL and doing it well, but also flexing into the Omen as well, and still just shooting real damn hard.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that she's also coming in after there were also, I guess, some question marks from the community, like the Turkish fans are very passionate, and I feel like she is really showing up and putting herself out there in the sense of being able to prove any doubters wrong in that kind of regard, and still being able to pop off and have that depth in her agent pool here within a squad where all of these players within Falcons were more comfortable originally coming on teams where they were always using their native language rather than flexing into that English side. But overall, I think it was a very stellar performance coming out of her, and the entire team, it just, I feel like, pulled up at certain points. Like every single player had something to say in both these matches as well.
Absolutely. So lots of exciting things for the fans of Falcons to look forward to in their next match, as well, as they made it through the upper bracket. Now we're shifting gears, taking a look at our next match here. Giant Eggs going up against G2. G2, another team that has been invited into this tournament, of course. So they, they didn't have to play just as many games as some of their opponents. But what do we know about this new roster, about this new look?
I mean, it's an interesting roster, to say the least. Obviously, G2 qualifying to champs last year off of points overall, but had kind of a disappointing stage 3, I would say. Didn't look like, the gold standard that they'd set for themselves. Now coming into 24, revamped the roster, and the pickups are like pretty juicy, to say the least. You got Vanya coming through from BBL. Amy was always a standout on Ascend and arguably the best Senti in the competition. Then you got Rescue, which is the interesting one for me, coming off foot and going from, playing some different roles. I saw her, playing a little bit of initiator and things like that. She seems to be on the primary duelist role and flexing around the agent pool a little bit. You can even see her running around on the Yoru there on Bind. So it's an interesting one for G2, and I think they've got high hopes, obviously leaning on Petra and, the rest of the core that they already have with Mimi there from their original, star-studded roster back in the day.
To throw them a bone, though, I feel like G2 late into the season last year did have a lot of those adjustments coming in, like role swaps, the IGL swaps going from Petra over to Mimi, and even their newest addition that was previously Sarah, who is going to be on Giant X that they're facing up against next, right? And I do think that there are high expectations, like Pilsky mentioned, about having essentially the best players in each of their roles being slotted in here, with Vanya and Amy coming in. But they also did end up losing to Team Falcons Vega earlier on in stage 1 so far, and that was one of those losses was pretty devastating. That 1-13 on Sunset, some things to work on here.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can, leave that all behind themselves and find some fresh wins here for their upcoming series. I actually had a chat with Amy a little earlier today, so let's hear what she had to say. Hey, Amy, thank you so much for having a little sit down with me in a quick chat before your match today. Now, I know you and the team are boot camping right now. How's that been like for you in and out of game? Can we get a vibe check?
It's super fun. Like, it's always super fun to see my teammates IRL. It's just sad that Paige can't be here, but it's overall super fun with everyone.
Any big surprises? Anyone doing something we need to know of that we wouldn't know otherwise?
Edda sleeps 14 hours a day. That's all.
Okay, that's some good intel. Now, you're of course in a new team, playing with former rivals of yours. I'm especially looking at Vanya here. Is there any bad blood after she and the team from BBL cut your World's Dream short last year?
I mean, I just low-key hated her because she was so good, but I'm just happy she's on my team now.
That's awesome. Now, for you personally, there came a change heading into this team as well, as you're now playing in a different role. What's that been like for you? Have you settled into the Sentinel life yet?
I mean, I was Sentinel last year as well. But yeah, of course it's different playing with different players and like different play style, but I think it's going really well.
Right on. Where do you see your team ceiling for this season?
I mean, we just want to reach champs, of course, and win champs and win every game changers. And like, hopefully want to reach and make it to VCL if possible.
Well, I know a lot of people are cheering you on that way, but first things first, got to get this game today out of the way. So thank you so much for joining me and best of luck to you and your team.
Thank you. See you. Bye-bye.
You hear it from Amy. Vibes are good. Some people sleep more than others. What else do we take away from that interview?
I mean, yeah, just obviously playing with a star-started roster is good feels. And yeah, I think Amy obviously being in her comfort role, Vanya being in her comfort role and joining, experienced heads that have already done a whole lot of winning is an exciting prospect for her.
I think too we have to remember that Petra and Amy I feel like they continuously supported each other, like shutting each other out like the Netherlands girlies last year as well. So even just having that already set like friendship and camaraderie heading into this probably made the transition much smoother.
And today they will be going up against Giant X. A roster which had to unfortunately make roster changes like up until a week before game changes even started. And also to everyone's surprise, they're operating with no IGL, which is pretty wild.
Yeah, I think it can get a little bit complicated running with no IGL. I mean, there are a lot of strong voices that can come in. I mean, Smurfette, she dipped her toes into it a little bit. I don't think she'll want to do that again because I remember her mentioning in an interview that it wasn't her favorite experience. But it does get a little bit complicated when you're trying to like look towards those set plays. And I would have a lot of questions as far as what the communication is like within this team and how that ends up balancing out when you don't already have someone that you're looking to as a leader.
Yeah, I think just looking at the roster on paper, it looks pretty nice. You obviously got that duo of Smurfette and Ness that keeps popping up from Guild and then into the Foot team that was quite successful. Jolena was a bit of a standout, getting picked up for Ascend last year. And then obviously Sarah, interesting to be playing against G2 after filling in for them at the end of last year.
Yeah, she had big shoes to fill there as the stand-in and then as a proper player. I don't know what the right term is. As a full-time employed player, whatever. You get what I mean. So yeah, I'm all about a grudge story. So let's see if that's what we're gonna get. We're getting ready for map vetoes here first. Any maps you guys particularly would like to see either of those teams play on?
I think, I'm just looking at the early couple of bans and picks here. I think G2 banning the map that GX picked a lot through the groups in a sense, so trying to take away the comfort pick. Giant X, they banned Breeze in groups quite a lot as well, and they've gone ahead and gone for the same ban. Interested to see the opening picks here. G2 onto Bind is an interesting one. Haven't seen a whole lot of reps, but obviously, as you kind of mentioned, so before, some of these teams have played less games than others, and then Giant X not being able to pick their comfort pick of Ascent because it's banned to go on to split there.
I want to see the Icebox coming out, but I'm not super confident on that. I feel like both teams, they did have decent runs here on Icebox. G2 goes in particular, going 4-0 there on this map, but it is going to be the ban to come out. And I feel like it also isn't that surprising. You look at G2, you're like, this is a power roster. So you're going to try and lean that into your favor as far as these pick bans. Give them something that they don't have as many of those reps on. And they were pretty confident wins there that G2 had there on Icebox as well. So ending things off on Lotus seems like decently even grounds here between these two teams.
Can we hope for, is there any chance of like a potential quote-unquote upset with G2 also not making it after we already saw BBL saying goodbye? Is this possible? Is there a possibility?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I would even call an upset, to be honest. Just watching these two teams playing each other, and here we go. This is what I was waiting for. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. G2's comp on this map was a little bit weird before, to say the least. They're going to run it back. This looks like something PRX would play, if I'm perfectly honest. To see it here in the refined palette of, Europe, where all of the tactical masterminds of attack FPS usually reside, is something interesting. And then obviously Giant X, that's, the Breach comp with the Raze Fade. We haven't seen them play Bind yet, I think, in this competition. So this is going to be something new to look at.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting, kind of like off-meta comps here for both of these teams, leaning a little bit more traditional there for Giant X, but for G2 goes in, I'm looking towards the fact that I think for Giant X, it might be difficult to even adapt around a composition like this if G2 goes and have a hot start, because if it's something that you're not able to prac against within those scrims, you don't have those reps to try and make those adaptations, you're relying on being able to do that on the fly, and that's without an IGL.
I love to see though. G2 has been cooking. Let's see if they will be feasting as well. And to make sure that you're not missing out on any of the action, we're going to send it over to our lovely casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And yes, Tom, it's time to get on to our second game of the day. The first was a 2-0, but that's not a fair representation. It was a close battle. Are you expecting to see the same here?
Yeah, I think I am. I'm actually really excited for this matchup because I think Falcons have they've slowly built their team. They've been picking up pieces as they go. Whereas both of these teams kind of just went, screw it, I'm imploding my roster. I'm picking up all the highest firepower players I can find. And also, we've got Petra playing Arena. Like, what more do I want to start off my day?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that'll often finish your day as well. If you're on the other side, GX might have a bit of trouble brewing. I don't know. I'm not one to get so hyped when I see Arena typically, right? There's not a lot to say about it in a positive way, the way it fits into a team. Go ahead.
I actually think Reyna and Gecko is actually quite an elite combo because of the flashes. You can't shoot both. And then you also have a pop flash from the Yoru, so you're screwed. Like, you're 100% getting blinded if you go around a corner and they're there.
That's it, right? You have to shape the whole identity of your team around this sort of a composition, and well, they're happy to do that. The aggressive flashing comp. They're fighting in towards the spawn, and they're not winning. Oh, no, they're not even coming close to winning. Now with Miori still alive up towards heaven, and sure, she goes down eventually, but the damage is surely done. The attackers now scattered as both players are stuck. Kept in by Ness, who is just cleaning house, hitting every single shot, and despite what the hood might tell you, it's not that close. Not a 5v4 or a 5v3. In fact, the round's already decided.
Yeah, I'd say that, like, this reminds me, and somewhere in the world, Lothar's gonna get very excited by this, but it reminds me of the way Ballista played.
Oh, stop it. Here we go.
Phoenix.
Here we go.
No, it's just the spawn push. Like, I don't see many teams that would actually, like, push into the spawn, and like, and there's a reason for that. There's quite a few angles you need to clear, and yeah, that didn't go great for G2. Maybe overcooked a little bit.
Well, you've heard it here. At long last, teams have decided to go back into the past of the best team that there ever was after just one map. They were declared that. It had nothing to do with them being Polish and Lothar also being Polish. Don't worry. It was something else, a different reason, and that's all you need to know. To be fair, though, Batty G back in the day, I fell in love with him just from watching that. Then his interviews afterwards, his attitude, and then when he went on to do with, I think, every team he was on, he brought so much value to. But yeah, I mean, you can do those kind of things once, maybe twice, and then your opponents get used to it. We'll see if that's the case here. GX already lost one player, but G2 have lost a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on like the util that's being thrown out by G2 though. Like the combination of a snakebite mosh, it just clears so many angles, and they've actually managed to get themselves into a position of a free plant. Now, Amy, I was going to say shouldn't be winning this battle, but she does.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not like it's a rifle retrieved, right? At least just the Ghost. Classic still. Utility on hand for GX, namely the nade, the reveal for Ness, and a flash to execute a stun on the back as well. I mean, there's a ton in play, and we're already seeing that Mimi's going to be under a lot of threat. Wingman's at least bought time. The flash won't be followed up on, but even still, they're winning with weaponry alone. And that's the problem. Can G2 actually stop this defuse from going down? It doesn't seem likely, and now it doesn't seem possible at all. No, in fact, it's done.
Yeah, nice work in the end for them to be able to sort of turn the tide back into their favor. Another thing to mention as well is, like, I genuinely think that the way Giant X have actually sort of moved their way in, obviously, like, it's a combination of Giants and Excel were in the Game Changer scene before. But the fact that there's a continuation of that, and they have gone, like, firstly, any roster where you start off getting Ness and Smurfette, I'm in. The other three players, it wouldn't matter. In this case, they've also picked up banger players all the way through. Jolena has been someone I've been a huge fan of before she was even signed. Fantastic. Sarah obviously coming through from the previous roster as well. And Muri, it's just a class-looking roster. And already, look at the explosive nature. This is a buy from G2. G2 have buyed. This is your bonus round strat. You're running it down. Love it.
Yeah, that's a tough one. You know, you're coming in, you expect to be able to take a couple of fights on that long-range angle, but little did they know. GX are storming it down. It's still losable from that defensive side, but they've got some nasty tricks up their sleeve. Not just the Bucky in the corner. Well, actually, let's see about that Bucky corner. It looks like it's about to get a challenge, and there it is. The hand is revealed, but upgraded at the same time. Amy, nice shot. Okay, there's the opening and the entry through to B. The plant to be secured as well. The three players quickly on their tail, looking to push in towards this side.
Oh, okay. Wow, one of them already being dropped. That's the flank as well. You always have to be careful with G2. Amy, obviously one of the signings. It takes a lot to replace someone like Roxy, and honestly, Amy might be the only person who can do it. Fantastic Sentinel. She's hearing the footsteps of them running around. The Mosh buying time as well. This is going to put them in a position where this could possibly be winnable. Needs a little bit more time for, and don't worry, you've got Mimi on board as well as she hits another shot. Davy's there in the end, but I don't even know if she would have been needed.
No. I think even just the threat of her being alive could have won it off of time if the shot wasn't hit in the first place.
Well, Mimi had Thrash as well for that last player.
Oh, wow. And there was no losing that at a certain point. This is so nasty, man. Just look at the amount of utility coming their way. This squad could not even make it towards long. Couldn't get to the corner. They were being chased down. ResQ has the good idea to try to take some space elsewhere. You know, gain control over Lamps. At least you'll get the plant in. Nope, there's a Bucky staring right at you when you're around the corner. A lot went right, though, for them to pull that one back. 2-1 G2. Investing a lot into this round, and in fact, a lot more than just their credits with Thrash gone through. Have they not seen Smurfette? Did they not see her? No, a little bit out of view up top, and that's going to be a disaster for the G2 side, but averted with Amy's shot. That cancels it out at least somewhat, and leaves GX without the control over the site. G2 should be able to plant.
Yeah, they're paused, waiting patiently. Wingman could do the job. I think they realize there's a good chance for re-aggression, and even just this little bit of doubt might force their opponents into a mistake. Second Prowler is going to be peeked off, but Rescue ready and waiting. Shorty in hand. Boy, Mimi's going to get there first. Never mind, Mimi is on fire in these last couple of rounds.
Wingman's certainly not planting, but he'll be clearing out those closer corners for them. G2 have a lot more information to be gained with Rescue already seeing one. Jolina quickly dealt with. Flash, well, it has caught Sarah, unfortunately, so there'll be nothing to be said about that as G2 get a plant down eventually. Yeah, Wingman was taken back to make that happen. Viper's pit on site. Now getting back in here, and it's not impossible, but it's very difficult, and I would now tip that over to impossible. Sarah looking to challenge that philosophy. No one to play aggressive. I mean, Amy just can't go down here. Keep that pit up and it should be done, but it doesn't quite extend to the spike. There will be a play out of it, but it's Rescue to clear, and now they know that it's not being taken. Well, Amy was able to hold down below. Nice and easy for G2 in the end. They set themselves up for success in that 3vx, 2-2.
It is honestly where we've seen just a few rounds in this matchup already, and I already feel like this is going to be an absolute joy to watch. Like, just the clinical precision of some of the players we have in the server. Like, as I said, these are all-star rosters. There are very few players G2 could have picked up who were higher caliber, and then I feel like Giant X basically went, okay, how do we try and compete with that?
Oh, what a shot! That's what I'm talking about, Tom. That's what I'm talking about. Look how quick she's in and out.
But it didn't even really utilize the main point of the gun because she hit a headshot. So she could have done that with a Marshall.
yeah, of course you could have. But the thing is, what's the fall off? With a Marshall, that player can still fight. With 10 HP, you're dead. You're dead. You're already damaged. What's that? Sarah's in no man's land. Jolina's done well, but that's all she's getting. And well, Smurfette, that is a very bold play, to say the least, and one that will not yield any results.
Spike planted.
Was that wave just to shut out the spawn? That's so disgusting. It went through the TP and then background just to hit the spawn. I don't know if that was intentional, but that's...
No.
It's really funny. Like, if you're Miori, just like, what the hell, man?
Are they push spawn, or are they... Yeah. I do think, I thought, I couldn't make sense of it when I saw it, and I'm assuming it was just a...
What?
Okay, no, there was no reason. What? There's no reason for them to suspect she was there. Nothing happened.
So G2,
nothing
G2
happened.
They've bought all of the players that they could ever buy, and they've bought the observers who are giving them a live feed.
Wall hacks. What do you mean? They just sat there for like 40 seconds. And I might just shoot this wall. 2 shots through. What?
Player standing.
That shot, I want to say as well, like, I don't even need to say that Mimi's been like hitting the aim labs, hitting the DM, because she just streams all the time. So we know that she's constantly aim training, but to just pick out Smurfette from the sky as she flies around the corner with a showstopper, I can see why they called a timeout, because the start from Giant X, unbelievable. They could have won the bonus round, in all honesty, if it wasn't for the heroics of Amy and Mimi.
Yeah.
But that is the thing you have to be careful with both of these teams, is that there isn't a player in this server right now who can't just pop off an ace. Like, there's not a single one. Like, let's put it this way. Petra has 1 kill. It was a pre-fire shot on long to insta-headshot the player waiting on the angle. That's the 1 kill she has.
Well, you know, any team can make it work the first time around. Any team can hit hard, right? Ballista's a great example of that. Works the first time, maybe even worked the second. It didn't. It worked the first time, and then it got shut down. But I was going to be generous. I decided not to be. But this is the thing, you know, it's not about that. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. And I think for a squad like G2, they've got that. They could be, this team, I genuinely believe, could be 12-0 down. They'd play like it's 0-0, and they'd win the game. They're one of the teams I would put stock in to make those kind of comebacks. And you can't say that about a lot of teams. Now, GX, they've had a couple good rounds. They've got something on the board, but G2 are starting to run away with it. The response is aggression, split through the TP, and it's worked out. Advantage, not necessarily theirs, but the ultis are there. 3 ults to work with, in particular Sarah. If she can find her mark on that Rolling Thunder, it falls apart. And look where Ness is. Ness has snuck her way past this whole squad and is about to find so much damn value. Does she stay with the TP, though? Or does she go to site?
Well, the player probably won't use the TP, at least at this stage. Oh, that's the player with the spike! Just about gets the kill. That spike down on the ground. Rotation come through. She doesn't know Petra's there. Wasn't ready for the swing to come out, so there will be the afterplant. It's been a very peculiar round of switching of positions. Sarah does have her ult, but using it here would be ridiculous. And honestly, Amy's aim is just... It's stupid. She's just so quick to hit those headshots.
It is in the name, isn't it? Amy. And, well...
Oh, shut up.
She's quite Amy. What can I say?
Yeah, no, that's what she did. She was like, I'm me. That's what she did, yeah. Is that what it was?
It's just Amy. Like, I'm pretty Amy. Like, I got a lot of aim. I'm Amy, you know? It makes sense. It all adds up. It wasn't meant to be studied in this depth, you know?
Oh, here we go again. Yep, no, let's don't do it.
She's going to jump peek if she wants to. Ah, Petra's fallen back. You don't expect to jump peek again. Fair enough. But this patience from G2, this is a very different approach than what we're used to seeing. Oh, Ness has gone back to it. Ness has gone back to it! You don't get away with that twice. No, no, no. That's the outlaw, baby. Quick reload too, right? You hear that? Easy.
Smurfette with a chance for long. And there's another one. Headshot again.
Damn.
Weirdly, I didn't expect to see the Reyna attack side sniper.
Well, that's not a you problem.
The most common strat. But weirdly, I don't actually know if Petra has a kill with another gun yet. I know that she's had 3 outlaw kills.
For sure.
And well, there you go. Amy's just gonna clean that one up for an Andaluthia flawless. This has started to look a little bit rough for GX. As I said, it started really nicely at the beginning, and
clean.
Now they're getting bullied.
That sounded so demonic with the slow-mo, the adios as well. It sounded like she was possessed by some sort of a demon, the headshot demon, the Amy demon. She's aiming well. I'm sorry, it's not. It doesn't.
Okay, Petra has 4 kills, so I think
75%.
she has had a kill with a gun
75%
other than the outlaw, and also has thrown it away.
Yeah, so honestly, I just hope Petra doesn't get a kill this round. She threw the outlaw away, and that's frankly disgusting. I mean, I like it when I see people, you know, playing. You got 9K in your back pocket. Nah, just run around with that good old outlaw. The best way to play. Smurfette's going.
Where is Smurfette going? She's been stunned up. Okay. Nice shot from Jolita. Does shoot the fake out, and the trade is going to be there. Smurfette wasn't with her, so it is just going to be the 1-for-1. Thing is, though, that's 2 ultimates thrown in fairly quickly. Obviously, one of them is Empress, so yeah, it doesn't really matter too much. But other than that, the Rolling Thunder's gone for Sarah. Valiant now getting that kill. They are going to see the space taken. Nightfall used on the other side, but they're going to have the information that there's no one else here, because that's exactly what the ult does.
It was I guess, a panic ult just to fall back, gain the space, maybe send him running to B, but yeah, it's not worked. Viper's Pit still to play with here. Miori might be able to get into position to pop that down inside of lamps, get them through to the site. First, you got to make it out of spawn. And Vanya, I mean, she hit a nutty shot earlier. The timing on that was crazy. She's not watching the cross, though, so these players are actually going to get closer. Onto the site. Down goes the pit. The sprays, though. The sprays alongside the snake bite. Is it enough? It's not to stop it from being half. Down goes Miori. And now the problems start to brew, because you're out in the open with 30 HP. I think Sarah had 10 before she went down. There was no way to get out of that one alive. Good sprays through the smoke. I'm not sure that's something you can practice on a server. And 6-2 you go. G2, everything going their way right now.
Yeah, even with a little bit of early success with the aggression, I feel like maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. 'Cause one player goes back, the other goes forward, and then it's just patience. And that's the thing. Like when you get the reckoning online, I believe from that kill, it just gave all of the space. And I have to feel like once G2 get into these post-plant scenarios, it's going to become a little bit more difficult. Amy is 15-2. Like we were hyping up Ava in the last match. Yeah. It's like Amy's just looking to just eclipse anything she just did.
Oh, Ness is back with a vengeance. You gonna outlaw me, are you? No, not if you're Ness. Ness is back. That Prowler worked exactly as planned, and I'll hear nothing of any other sort. Reese position from Ness, backside, long angle, strong position to play from. With that outlaw, good damage can be done here. The first shot, the second, not there. Snake bite, you're dead. Good night. What?
What? Okay, well, Jolina's managed to get 2 for 1. That's made this round, well, I don't want to say competitive because you're talking about 3 sheriffs and I guess a little bit of utility. Actually, they have most of their utility. That's the one thing that's kind of in their favor. Stunter onto Vania. Not really any pressure able to come off it. The Cove has held them back, and not having the knowledge of if anybody was waiting inside it or even behind it meant that there couldn't really be much of a push. Now Smurfette looking to try and take some control. There's Vadia again, and well, Petra now really ruining those outlaw statistics as she gets a triple kill with a rifle.
So what happened? This is afterwards. This is the late crunch. I don't know where that was. Was it a collateral from Jolina?
I think it was a collateral.
It came in so quick. It must have been.
I only heard 1 bullet, so.
Wow. But irrespective, you know, Jolina can get 2 in a row with just 1 bullet. Unfortunately, G2 were on 7 in a row, and that's in terms of rounds. It's a little tough to find those diamonds in the rough. Right now, the only 2 times we've seen 2 rounds for GX and 2 deaths for Amy. Now I'm no mathematician. I have to say that legally, but it looks like there's a clear formula, and Amy's still standing.
Oh my god! Who plays like this? Smurfette is so unbelievably aggressive in her move.
Not over.
These have been some of the fastest rounds I've ever witnessed in Valorant, but yeah. The one thing they haven't done is kill off the raid boss, and finally Ness is going to win that 1v1 battle. 7-3. It seems like a round that shouldn't be recreatable for the side of GX, but they have loved a little bit of aggression. And by a little bit, I mean just it's just ridiculous.
1 enemy remains.
I was believing right up till then. The wall got in the way. What a shame. What a shame. 3 deaths for Amy. 3 rounds for GX. Let's see if they can add to the total. 7-5, still a possible scoreline at the half. Not the end of the world if they can get there, but a different approach from G2 as this aggression is going to be turned up to 100 straight in towards Smurfette, who's picked up the ult, fired it down at Vanya's feet, and the advantage is now firmly in favor of GX.
Yeah, that's the thing. When Smurfette gets going, she is one of the most fearsome duelists in the entirety of Game Changers. It looks like she's had enough. Miori as well, just holding on to position. Reska need to do a serious amount of damage here. Oh, the Prowler's good. It's going to deny anything more. Wallbang as well. And now it's left all onto Amy. 1v5. It would be impressive.
Well, no matter what, my formula holds its ground. Okay, she's been shot in the head through the wall. But still the 3 deaths. The Viper's Pit to work with, Tom. And I'm believing already. But in all seriousness, a great resurgence from GX. This is what we want to see if they're going to have a chance at making this the close series we wanted to see. I was getting very nervous. 7 rounds in a row from G2 that dominantly. At a certain point, you know, there's no excuses. There's no, this is what's going wrong. It's you have to win rounds. So you got to get them on the board. And GX have woken up just in time. Similar to what we saw in our last series, just struggling to find their feet initially. And it looks like Amy will be getting onto the B site in time. Will be getting a plant. She has the Viper's Pit. There's 1 other round left, and she now has a spike plant, no contact. Viper. Oh, okay. No Viper's Pit. I still believe in her winning this.
It would be truly unbelievable. The angle taken, while Sarah's going to quickly put that one to bed. I don't think there's many players in that scenario that we would have believed it was possible, but somehow there was still a small part of me that thought Amy could win that.
Yeah,
and she's also one of the only players I think we would both think, you know what, using the Viper's Pit
Exactly.
1v4 is a good idea.
Exactly. Anyone else is there, you know, you take that out of context. 1v4, player plans. Oh, Viper's Pit. You should Viper's Pit. No. That's not you in your rank game. Well, maybe in your rank game, people aren't as good. But that's not most pros in their games. In Amy's game, yes, do it. Because, you know, bet on yourself if you're Amy. Unfortunately, none of us are. So there's not a lot we can do. We got to play the numbers game. We got to play it smart. And this time, that's what Amy does. Keeping the ult for the next round, it could help out a lot more when there's teammates to play around, that's for sure. Maybe if she had a Phantom. Maybe. No, still probably not. But.
That's the difference that would have made it. Well, GX have started to make a bit of a resurgence. And like, obviously, we've already seen one matchup with this composition for G2. It was versus Focus Sakura. And they smashed them on the defense. They won 9-3 and then 13-3 overall. I'm not going to say that that's something they can necessarily recreate. I think this is a comp that, obviously having the double controller of Harbor Viper does give you quite a lot of delay potential and quite a lot of cool setups. But ultimately, I think this comp should be a lot better on the attack. So for GX, I don't think they're going to be too worried. And having Ness and Smurfette as like a Fade Raze duo, and these players have stuck together through quite a few different rosters now, so I'm expecting big things. If they can get this 5th round, I don't think this map is done by any stretch.
No, not at all. It's just those 7 rounds in a row that got us worried, but GX
yeah,
definitely.
And they were brutal as well. They were brutal rounds.
That's it. It's like if you're just not finding the air to breathe like that, it's tough to believe that you're going to eventually float your way to the top of that scoreboard, but here we are. There's some congestion. The last couple rounds, decoy through. It's confirming there's players close. Nothing new in terms of info. But GX are shifting on the back of this contact they've seen. And now they want to fight for control over middle. This is a perfectly timed push on the side of GX. We can see that. Okay, Viper's Pit down on long. And maybe they'll go towards Bath. Yeah, they're being pulled there. I think the pit is what's done it here. Smurfette toying with the idea of going elsewhere, and now she is. Yeah, look, if they've pitted on their way out, what's the chance there's 5 Bath? No, instead, Smurfette makes the realization it's a ruse. A perfect read from Smurfette that now gets those players on B ready for what's to come. This is a very strange round, just looking at the map, and G2, they might not realize just how in a box they already are in GX's minds. That's huge.
Okay, nice work from Ness, but even still the trades come back close. There is still a Viper's Pit down on the other side, but she doesn't make it. And actually, that's it. It's done. There's not even a way for Amy to get there. The spike didn't go through. A little bit unlucky. Well, actually, a little bit lucky, if anything. Well, this time Amy really did have no chance.
Yeah, unless it was going to fall through that TP real far. Quite a... I mean, look, yeah, you should be able to throw it, to be honest with you. Just lob it like it's American football. I'm sure that thing's light. Seems it. But this is a huge shutdown. If Vanya doesn't have both her teammates down, if that blast pack play doesn't come in by Smurfette, maybe there's a chance that spike makes it into the pit and it's a much, much tougher round. But after a devastating streak of rounds from the side of G2, where they decimated GX at every opportunity, effortlessly most of the time, they finally managed to kill Amy a few more times. With 5 deaths on the board, it's 5 rounds for GX, and a competitive second half could still be on our hands.
Okay, already a very aggressive start from the side of Petra. She's managed to get a double early on in this one. But maybe about to show us how aggressive this team is going to be on the defensive side. Obviously, the pistol round can be a little bit misleading. But for now, at least, a bit of a lull in that aggression. Vanya already tagged low. Mimi's going to be the first point of contact, but after already getting the information, she's just going to fall back.
Mimi's at least close for the right click power, and it's worked perfectly. Yori down. And GX, low HP on Sarah. And Ness right beside her. They haven't really got a lot of ground. The plant is near impossible. So many angles they could swing from to punish. Instead, they need to try to catch some players off guard, and in the process, Mimi spotted the spike, but not taking the kill. 7 HP on Vanya. Well, it's a familiar hero that has to step it up. Amy leading the charge, spotted the barrel, and reacts just in time. In fact, it's Vanya to find the first, and Amy to follow up with one of her own. She'll survive, and we know how that works. The formula, it persists. 8 in the board for G2.
It's a pretty terrifying prospect, really, for the side of GX, that there's going to be this sort of push and pull around the map, making things that little bit more difficult for them. And they do make things at least a little bit more competitive in the fight back, but as you can see, even with the sort of craziness of that pistol round, G2 goes and definitely not breaking a sweat.
As the last few seconds run down, I was hoping maybe we'd see some of that last map spice we had in our previous series, the second round 4 spies, but it's not to be. Should be easy targets for someone like Petra, marked as she is. There's no shields on the other side, so everybody's nice and squishy. Damage should be very low in terms of what GX can deal. Flash dive out, I don't mind it, but there's something waiting for them. A little welcoming present from Mimi, and the Mosh sends them back towards the A site, where Petra is still waiting. A very, very passive play from G2, because they've got the guns to hold down the range.
Gun here.
You kind of have to look at this round for GX as one that you can't really have expectations for much to come through, and well, it's a shooting gallery for Rescue to try and get something, earn up those extra orbs, but she has one down, at least making things a little bit more costly. Ness now, last player standing, and while
30
I
seconds
don't
left.
really know how she gets anything from this. What? Okay.
Finally.
Even the kill on Vanya was ridiculous.
Oh, you know, you'd look at that 3 players alive for G2 and go, oh yeah, that was actually, they did everything they needed to, but that was a little bit closer than you'd like in terms of some of those fights. Could have been more costly. Right there, if it wasn't for the Outlaw Tom, it would have been the savior of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Well, G2 now face a real test. Big rifles coming in on the other side. And, I mean, my eyes must deceive me here, but nobody saved the Outlaw. So,
oh, no.
I don't know what the hell we're doing here. Some sort of a joke is being played.
Well, in the meantime, a fast-paced push already coming through in towards that B site. There is a quick rotation already coming in from Rescue, but ultimately the plant will be coming in, and with weaker weaponry, it's definitely not going to be an easy spot to get back into here. Already, though, utility being expended to try and isolate some of the jewels. I don't think they're going to be expecting this many players to be up close, though. The tube was almost full with how many of the GX players were waiting in it. Miami, of course, will still manage to get a kill. It seems like she's left in an unwinnable clutch once again.
Well, that paranoia. Hey, look, at least making it a little bit more costly. A few more credits stripped from the hands of GX, but no rifles to be left behind. No more than the 2 they already lost. The 6th round for GX, a good fight overall, but that's one of those middling rounds. They chose the right site. They come up against a very weak retake, and they lose a couple of players. It's fine. It's not noteworthy. This one will be. This is where G2 invest all their credits. They put it all on the line. Vanya's ult is ready to go as well, and that could be a problem for GX, disrupting their flow. Now, from what I can see, though, Tom, their flow is going to be more of a tsunami, just breaking straight into the A side. I think all 5 players here, no attempt to control anywhere else on the map, and indeed, it's going to be a blitz play.
Already the Haunt gets so much information, doesn't quite reveal up Petra, and Amy again She's having to flee from a Prowler and still manages to take the opener. As said, Petra wasn't revealed, but she doesn't manage to capitalize on anything. Looking like a free kill. Instead, her teammates have done well. Good utility as well off the back of the Reckoning. It's just creating such awkward scenarios. They know roughly where these players are going to be. And for Vania, well, I would have been very surprised if she didn't get that kill.
Well, Amy's dead, Tom, so I already know Ness wins this 1v3. The question is how? With Petra hooked up close, and it looks like Ness has a good read on that, ready to fight someone else, and that was a headshot as well. Absolutely nasty, but not nasty enough. My precious formula. It's been destroyed. Well, for
I
good
don't
cause.
know how, like, it just, Amy is consistently being pressured into awkward fights and somehow still just lands ridiculous shots. 20-7, maybe slowing down a little bit from some of the early rounds, but they're 10-6 up. Not looking great at the moment for GX. Obviously, this is the choice of G2. Split coming up next.
Cutting through.
And while I'm always looking forward to a Smurfette split. For now, though, SQ's just gone a little bit of an information hunt. Oh, dear.
I love this. This is one of my favorite plays we've seen in the last couple months. Just going straight down into base. The ult was used to put down that gate crash, and now it's all delay. They try to run this clock down as much as possible. No bathroom control for GX because they've just been flanked. Smurfette, the one to realize and the one to pay the price. And the problem is, Rescue is looking all over Bath, really wants to fight for this control of Showers, but the flank is coming through, and it's Ness up behind. And they've spotted each other. No element of surprise anymore! What is Amy built up? She can't keep getting away with this! Tom! Again and again! She delivers. Jesus, it's ridiculous!
The crazy thing is you look at the signings that were made by G2, and, like, Vania should be the one that is, like, just running away with the game. And Vania's been very good, don't get me wrong. But she was, like, the #1 player in EMEA throughout, I want to say, almost the entirety of last year. Like, she was unbelievable. I think people knew Amy was good, but this is just absurd. Like, there's, like, again, I'm 2 games in a row, I'm going to be a scoreboard Steven. The next highest player in the server is on 14. Like, and it's very close, otherwise, between 14 and 5 kills. And the same difference is just between the second player and Amy. It's just mad.
I have to say, you know, I understand as well. It's not, see, the problem, right, here's my issue. You look at G2, and why are you struggling as GX, especially defensive side? What is the struggle to stop this team from breaking through? And the utility from Mimi is annoying. Vanya can cover holes. Her ult is massive. But the main problem is Rescue can go behind you. Petra's up close. Mimi's flashing. And it's very overwhelming. It's very difficult to deal with. So that makes sense to me. Why you would struggle against this composition. Why this composition would just slap you out of the game. Makes sense. But it's Amy. It's the most normal player on that, like, in terms of the abilities or character runs, in terms of what you're used to coming up against on this map. It's normal. There's not anything crazy going on other than Amy's just illegally insane at this game. It shouldn't be allowed.
Oh dear. Oh, never mind. It's going to be the trade. I didn't even realize that Smurfette got the shot off. There is an operator on the ground. I don't know if anybody's going to be bold enough to retrieve it. Nightfall through. Going to catch a couple of the players, but not really anybody there to aggress off it. Miori is going to try and take on the Titan and will win a big kill and actually pulls out a second. Just watching them try and flood back into the site. It's left all onto Mimi. She has been cracked, at least in some of these early rounds. This one might be a little bit too much. Has the wingman to support, but needs to try and isolate one of these fights. And, well, the ping up is going to give Miori absolutely everything. It's a Viper's paradise on Bind as GX get themselves another round.
4 rounds in it, Tom. Problem's been stringing them together, and here That trade on the Petra, you know, a split second in the difference between that dismiss being hit.
Last player standing.
It doesn't land. She falls and the numbers ultimately swing towards their opposition, but this is somewhere that I'm expecting G2 to have a strong response. Thrash was gotten online by Mimi in the previous round, and Amy still has that Viper's Pit. Two big ultimates that can change the course of the game, and indeed they're going to change it right off rip. Big connection on the left side, on the right side, sorry, with a wall on the left. The returning utility has kept Smurfette and Sarah out of harm's way for now at least, but it's not over. A quick push down through the spawn. Rescue only good for one. Vanya does a little bit more work, and it looks like Amy's on her way with the Viper's Pit in play. That might just come in, and it has, with Miori down as Amy's going forward. She's going forward. Okay, well that was a huge risk, Tom. I felt very uncomfortable watching that risk take place, but it's okay because now she's safe and she's still peeking the corner, Tom. It's very stressful.
Oh, the spike is caught on the other side of the pit. So there has to be a long wraparound. And the fact is, Vanya is already predicting that with the util that's being thrown out, the high tide put in to try and trap them. It's almost a question of what is the decision making here. There is a haunt available. I think they're desperately watching to see if anybody's going to try and come through on the other side. But here we go. A fake TP into a haunt. Amy has not switched her positioning. In fact, she's holding strong. Will finally go down, but even still, there's so much still to be done. There's a chance, though, with the isolated fight, but the shots don't connect.
Not yet.
Yeah, I was initially thinking, why doesn't Vanya take the fight now while that player's still decayed? But she was also down to 70 HP and I guess wants to run that little bit more time. Maybe your teammate gets closer. A couple other things going on at once. Doesn't really matter in the end. This aggressive play that came in from G2, I mean, on a number of fronts. Not just Thrash coming down, buying the time. They pushed up on B mid, got all that control, had this quick flank. The decoy wasn't even really given any attention. I think they're getting very used to seeing that coming around the corner first in a lot of those fights. Able to focus right away on the rescue, but they're still quick enough to find the trades. And as we get back into the game, you see GX, they've put their credits on the line for a pretty shoddy buy, but at 12-7, they need to put the stop here and now. 5 in a row, and it starts with this. Good control. They've lost Jolene and no smokes to play with, and Sarah's down. Oh goodness, it's falling to pieces. Amy was even blind there at one point, still hitting shots. It's outrageous.
Yeah, good luck, Ness. Good luck. It is done. It is ropes. It is destruction for the most part as G2 rise to the challenge in this upper bracket matchup. We've said that they built a Titan, but I'll be honest, they only really needed one of them here. Amy with an unbelievable performance and what made for fairly swift work in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, it really felt like at a point, it doesn't matter what happens as long as Amy's still alive. And she didn't come up big with any of those clutches, but my God, she came up big in every other round. It was an unbelievable display from this squad. And the composition was exciting, I have to say. At the attack side, there were a lot of benefits behind it. I don't understand how Amy found so much value. I think you have to do a case study on that.
This is the thing, like you talk about the interview she had earlier where she was like, yeah, no, I was a little bit mad because Vanya was on the other team, but now she's on my team. It's great. To be honest, I think Vanya's probably thinking the same thing. I'm glad Amy's on my team now.
Yeah, I think I'd be pretty happy to have that player secured so you don't have to play against them on the other side. It's like Lakia, but really with legs this time. My goodness, it's looking scary for the other side. G2. I'm impressed. If they can bring through this same sort of brilliance on the next map, we'll be blown away. For now, though, let's throw this off to a break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're my diet. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata. Your mata. Your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata. Your mata. Your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata. Your mata. Your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata. Your mata. Your mata.
Welcome back, one and all. So here, joined by Filski and Ash. We're about to break down the first map we just got to witness between G2 and Giant X. And man, heading into this, I mean, G2, they kind of went out there, right, with their composition. Some might be more a fan of that than others. I still can't tell if you guys loved it or hated it, to be perfectly honest.
Both at the same time, simultaneously. You know, I think it was difficult for Giant X to deal with. I felt like they were kind of all over it at the start, and then they seemed to not be all over it, and then they started to make some more adjustments later into the defensive half. So I feel like I was kind of flip-flopping, like, can they get on top of this comp? But I think the second half kind of settled all of my questions, and look, Amy played absolutely out of her mind. Not really surprised about that though, given the fact that I think I highlighted her in multiple stages last year when she was playing under Ascend as one of the highest rated players in the competition, usually the best performing Sentinel in the competition, and just continuing that good form. It's very clear why G2 would want her as a pickup.
Yeah, not even just in the competition. I think worldwide, Amy has to be like a probably top 2 Sentinel within the Game Changers ecosystem. Again, like looking over towards like this scoreboard here, just for the recap of this last map, Giant X, again, they did look decent towards the later end of that defensive side. I think the big thing was the adaptation came really late, and again, the big question we had was not having an IGL. Who do you then look towards when rounds start falling away? The fact that you see, I believe it was 7 rounds that G2 were able to string together all at once, and just not really seeing a lot of adaptation in those rounds coming up from Giant X. I think they're playing a little bit too passive on the defense initially, and once they started taking the fight to G2, we did see a couple of those rounds turning into their favor. And I can't even really say that much about the second half though, because I think honestly it just came down to firepower. It came down to a lot of those like scrappy fights when Giant X were trying to execute onto sites, and G2 just, they came with it and they rolled through the team.
Yeah, you said it as we were summarizing what we just witnessed before going live. You said they were just simply outgunned, but generally looking at the composition that G2 played there, did you feel like there was any moment in time where Giant X really understood their win condition and what they need to do in order to dismantle that very chaotic nature of the G2 agent selection?
Yeah, I think in the second half, not really. That was a pretty like cut and dry half to me. In the first half, I think they definitely did kind of understand that. For me, the way that I look at that G2 comp, it kind of feels a bit snowbally when they're able to set the pace, when they're able to get an execute going and create, you know, these chaotic situations with the Yoru TPs and getting the cascades going, creating little pockets for the harbor, and then letting Amy kind of do what she wants in terms of the lurk and being self-sufficient. You know, they realize that when they're actually going on the front foot, when they're playing disruptively, when they're, you know, using the breach to push and get in the face of the G2 comp, it doesn't actually deal well with that because the reactive utility is somewhat limited. It's not like they had a breach of their own where they can just kind of organize some counter utility or something like that reactively. So I think they kind of got their heads around it in the first half, but yeah, second half, I think the game kind of got away with it from them, unfortunately.
Yeah, Amy definitely ran away with it. A bit of a Viper diff there, so we of course have to take a look at some stats here for Amy.
Okay, a 3.4 KDA, that's insane. Like, the first off, that is insane. But I know that Pilsy was talking a lot about like the executions for G2, the way that they were able to find that space and scale up towards these sites. But Amy was really shining in those post plants. Like, she'd be in like 1vx situations, and it's just bam, bam, bam. The Viper utility as well to just be able to divvy up the retakes there on the side of Giant X, but her ability to keep her cool in those situations and really isolate those, the kind of like micro that she has to be dealing with in those post plans was where she really did shine there on the attacking side for G2, and then obviously on defense, like if you're going to Amy's side, I don't have to say much more.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a G2 fan, you're going to be very happy right now because those new pickups are definitely putting in the work for the squad. I am very interested to see what is going to happen on our next map. We're going to head over to Split. I am curious whether or not we see more creative stuff coming out of the playbook from G2 side, or if they're going to maybe go back to a little more a conservative approach in their hero select?
I think G2, like looking at what they've been bringing so far, they played split a couple of times already, going through groups in towards playoffs. The main thing that I see is they're sticking to the same comp. The only difference really is, you know, Amy, whether she's playing Cypher or whether you do want to go for the double controller approach with the Viper and the information denial. You know, it's a bit of a different question. They do feel somewhat similar kind of roles on attack in particular, and on defense obviously the Viper being a pseudo senti, but you don't have obviously the information of the cam and the trips giving you kind of that guaranteed control and things like that. So it seems like they made that change, that adjustment in comp heading into playoffs. We'll see if they stick to it. As for the Giant X comp, that's kind of an interesting one. They play Carmine Corp in the group stage, and they're playing like double controller KO Sky, which it seems like they're sticking to. I don't know if I'm that much of a fan of this comp, but we'll see how it works out for them.
Yeah, I think I have feelings about this one. On the attacking side, I guess you do have like the flexibility of you can try and combine to the utility coming out from that Astra and that Raze, but again, the double flash on the side of Giant X is going to be really helpful, at the very least, dealing with the double controller on the side of G2, but a lot of trade-offs, I think, especially considering that as far as any reconnaissance that you're going to be looking towards on the side of Giant X is going to be pretty difficult once a lot of that Sky utility gets used up. So we'll have to see if they're conservative enough with it.
Well, we'll find out in just a second. Thank you guys so much. We're now heading into map number 2, and for all the action, we once more bring in the phenomenal duo of Mitch and Tom.
You're too kind. Thank you so much, guys. As we're ready to dive into... I know, it's a first. I'm going red. Sorry, I need to change my lighting. It's going in the reel. That's going in the reel. Tom, listen, we're about to dive into a second map that I want you to make this a little bit more comfortable for us, because I'm expecting it to be a blowout, man. G2 just out-aimed. That doesn't seem like it's a map-based thing. Is Amy going to come in cold here, or what's the hope for the side of GX?
Okay, if that's your hope, yeah, then we're screwed from the get-go. I would say that there are few teams that will be able to match them on a firepower level, but I think if there was one, it will be GX. Honestly, I think that we've seen it from them in the past. Obviously, on Bind, they were playing up against a weird-ass comp, and Amy just went nuclear. This time, I do feel like they have more opportunities, a little bit more standard from the side. Obviously, there's still the double controller, which is going to be difficult to play against, but as it was said on the desk, like not having those, like the initiators that will find them as much information might be a little bit more difficult, but ultimately, we'll see if that's going to work out. For now, though, it is looking like we're going to get another very aggressive pistol round out from the side of G2.
Looks like a decent amount of damage done on mid with the spams as G2 attempt to move back in to take that mid control, fill in the gaps. It looks like one of those gaps is about to be exploited. The B site push with Miori lurking. I don't think they saw her just there. It looks like timing might still be for her. Unfortunately now, it's a little bit of a different boat. Good night. There was no way out of there.
Their own util. I was like, oh, somehow they've had a line up to throw a fragment, but no, it's actually coming out of the attacker side. Now they've taken some ridiculous map control. Petra though, oh, if she wins this second duel, it's ropes. Jolina has no choice but to fall back, and their one sort of hero play has put them in the bin. They're already on the defuse. They're already sick of this. They're just holding it all of the way. They've got to get this player off, and they have, managing to find a flurry of frags. In a matter of seconds, they've still got to deal with Mimi above, and Jolina will get that kill as well. And now Petra, who started things off well, is going to fall to GX. Some heroes arose, because I'll be honest with you, that looked impossible.
Yeah, it was definitely feeling like it was very much in the bag. Sealed and delivered already, but a quick play back through. Look at that blitz. Kill up top. Right, Jolina never lost sight of it. She was running to stop that defuse. You could try and stop her. That's a round that was very much needed. I think when we talk about confidence builders, let's just run the pistol round again, actually, Tom. 0-0.
So, news in. We've been paid off. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, G2 didn't win. Oh, reset. Reset. Go again. Try again. correct answer.
This is
very
getting a
costly
little
round.
bit too close.
Okay, Sarah's 100 HP.
A gun though. The timing here could be pretty important. She somehow found the shot. It fell to the pistol. Oh, thank God. She's 26 HP. Oh, is this round even close? That was just classic.
Yeah, classics, they've been buff top. They must have been. Then it all makes sense. 50 caliber classic. Magazine's about 4 times as thick nowadays. And even this fight, look, 11 HP on rescue. Headshot. Just tears Sarah down. And that nade may well have finished things.
If they had hidden, they might have actually won. Well, now,
my God.
G2 coming with a bye, you'd be surprised. But they have. It's not 0-0, and it's not a pistol round. Just for anybody wondering. It is 2-0 to GX, I think.
No, Tom, no, we've discussed this. We've reset it. I've
Every time they lose a round, we just start again.
No. Try again. You guys know the script. We sent it to you last night. Gotta be reading your lines. Or else that guy who plays the Oompa Loompa will shout at you.
I don't know if there's any other weaponry invested here for GX. They might genuinely be taking this as like a hardcore bonus round. Because I'm seeing pistols on the majority. Okay, Smurfette does have a gun. But other than that, I don't think there's a whole lot in this round. So you kind of expect this one to be a little bit cleaner for the side of G2. And then the purchase will come back in. Obviously, the Bulldog from the previous round. And this one hero investment coming out of the side of GX. They will get themselves onto the site and in an afterplant. And I'm also looking at that lurk back in towards mid. Could potentially cause them some issues, especially with Ness just looking to buy some extra time, but that fight has not gone well.
No, the advantage now. Locked away, you would think, but no one's checked their back. Okay, Mimi came through just to save the day. Stepping in through that wall at just the right moment. That could have been disastrous. Instead, it's not an easy way back through, but they're making it work bit by bit. That damage is substantial, but in the end, the round will still fall into G2's hands. And look at that, actually, just real quick. Mimi 1 away from a rolling thunder, too.
Yeah, gave her the defuse in the end. 3 kills in this round, and a lot of important ones at that. Clearing Ness, stopping all of her team from potentially dying to a ghost. And then also one of the final kills on the site as well. It is definitely a little bit too close for comfort. I think GX do well in that round. That was a Vandal, a Bulldog, and 3 pistols. And they come out with a plant and 4 kills. I don't think that's something... Or, sorry, 3 kills. I don't think that's too bad a round whatsoever. And now you look at the other side of things, and they've definitely taken some hits. You've also got Jolina online with her ult, so there's potential that maybe they can make things a little bit more awkward here.
Stun is perfectly timed. There's nothing to follow on it. A nade would have been devastating. Good shot. Damage done, but Smurfette fires through. Mimi again! 3 kills! And it's nothing special. It's just a swing and individual brilliance. Miori's down to 37 HP as well. Planting the spike. For what little good that will do. The time now on the attacker's side, but the numbers and the HP certainly locked down by those defenders. They are deathballing 3 together. Eyes in every direction. A barrel
Amy's got
for every
both
battle.
snake bites. And they've got a nade. Like, there's so many angles that they can clear out with utility. Nade's gone into the back of the site. Snakebite gone through. It kind of blocks their exit. Instead, they're going to go up towards heaven. This reposition could actually be sublime. There is a smoke and there's a guard, but they've managed to find it. It's all down to Smurfette running in. She hasn't managed to stop him, and he still gets the kill. Oh my. These rounds have been close. It's an understatement. An absolute understatement, but I don't know. Like, this is the thing with G2. I just see with both teams, there's too much depth of skill. Like, you could be normally when you go into a match, There's one or two players where you're on their POV and you go, okay, this person might destroy the other team right now. That's every person in this server.
What a battle so far. Oh my god, Smurfette's not looking to slow down. In fact, Amy is on the retreat. Hightailing it out of there. No, that's a
Clearing
heaven
the
one.
flank.
That's a heaven one. Yeah. Just I'll make sure they're not heaven. I know you could look towards heaven and we'll go a little further, but you know, shut up, nerd. Showstopper. It's gonna be used. No way forward for Rescue. If she fires in that left corner though. Oh, Smurfette's praying. It's not close, and it's not close enough for sure. In fact, not even doing a lick of damage. Oh, no.
She gets one kill. She also has her showstopper. And that's the one danger in this round for G2. Sarah, 1 away. Smurfette, 1 away. Miuri, 1 away. A lot of potential ults. So even getting into an afterplant here could be pretty valuable. Now, you've already got Petra. Not quite on the rain at this time, so no fade away, but does have a little bit more utility. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. At her disposal. Already, you can see Amy there on the rotate. But has spotted a player on the cross.
Welcome to my world.
Well, Rescue's down with the first of the pistol shots landing. A few more needed. And Amy is the first to clear these out. Ness with another, a wallbang headshot. And time very much bought. Snakebite down. Okay, Rolling Thunder, but they can't push on the back of it. Not through that pit, not through that bite. Sarah's got an off angle. The fight back through. She's being nearsighted though. Mimi able to make quick work of her, and unfortunately, the weaponry's just not there. The defuse very much guarded. 2 players with guns up, taking Ness out eventually. The round will go towards G2, but it was a close one with a lot of damage and a lot of potential from GX.
I think she might have even... I don't know if it was a headshot, but she definitely wallbanged Vanya at the end as well. Like, her Sheriff is actually disgusting. If that was a slightly thinner wall, I think she takes down Vanya and this gets... Yeah, look! It's just disgustingly close.
I love how every play that they're making is like, there's a lot of these rounds where someone makes an incredible individual play. Like when Mimi got those 3 kills on top ramp. And then we cut to the cams, they're like, nice, good job.
Do you think it's like in one of the spy movies where they've just looped the cam? They're actually, none of them are even there. They're all just chilling. They've just sent us that.
It's just so cam. I think they're just desensitized to brilliance. Oh yeah, that's a normal round for me. Oh, Vanya. Good kill. Mimi. Oh, when she's got the high ground, she's dangerous, but this time the play is cut before anything can come of it.
She was OB1, not OB2.
Wow. Oh, that was a great flash, actually. Considering they don't pop back online anymore, it gave them the information. But unfortunately, it was Amy on the other side, so that didn't matter.
Both players tagged up, though. Another good opportunity for GX to get themselves around.
Oh, flash.
2 snake bites. Orb online for Amy. She doesn't want to give away her position. Trying to be a little bit more sneaky from the heavens. You could see Sarah and, in fact, Ness both eking towards the spawn area, expecting that's where the players are coming from. Or at least one of them. And instead, just about drop down. Petra wins the first fight. Now it's left all onto Ness. Now her position, I don't think has been given away, but they are going to be able to work it out quite quickly into the 1v1 scenario. The spam almost finishes the job. And she will get there in the end. The Red Bull clutch, the 1v2. And again, they go even with G2.
Oh yeah, this is a much closer fight than what we saw before. That fight from up in heaven shut down by Ness, who has had a number of very, very good rounds under her belt. Just kicking off Split. And this clutch, I mean, this is a real course correction for the squad now, like you said, tied up neck and neck. And more importantly, the fact that G2 had committed so much to that. So sure, they still have a Viper's Pit to play with from the shadows. Those ultimates, they can help, but the weaponry is not strong. Now, the one upside is that Amy is playing inside her Viper's Pit with a Judge. The downside is they're not going towards that Viper's Pit. Instead, the battle was for mid. That battle, you could say it was lost. I think with the weaponry G2 brought into bear, the fact that they've sent GX to the other side of the map is a win. But again, they'll avoid that pit.
The only problem with avoiding it is you are going into the stack. Bannier as well, one of the players with a gun. Unless they go mid to A, then they would actually have a pretty nasty position.
Miori's still lurking.
Re-aggression. Yeah, they might be about to try and challenge the pit. It'd definitely be risky.
With an outlaw, though, like it's an interesting angle for her to be holding. And actually, Tom, Miori's timing is going to absolutely wreck them. Get your gun out! Okay, all good. Yeah.
Oh no, no, not all good. Not all good at all. The shot's not connecting. And now Valiant has already found another. They've been caught in the back. The pit has been abandoned though. But it looks like, again, they're just going to group up as a team, potentially get a weapon for Amy instead, and now just go back.
Well, that's the problem, Tom. They've got weapons now. I mean, one of them is only an outlaw, but you're not fighting into a pit. Much easier to use. I like this from Vanya, using the TP as a recon, clearing close. No judges, nothing nasty. Let's move on. Towards the site we go. Now, Jolena might be able to make something work, but Ness has to buy time, has to draw their eye. Oh, she's been revealed. Oh, yeah, there's no time to be bought with that play. And Jolena, unfortunately, they were very much ready for that. Amy was holding it down since they stepped foot in heaven. Very clean, very concise on the way back through, but what a devastating start. That round could have been tied up with some nicely placed outlaw shots. Again, you know, it was a reaction. They're a little bit surprised, but oh, Miori. You don't miss those often, but when you do, they cost you a round.
Yeah, I think it was also just a little bit of panic. Your teammates are being flanked by a surprise play. Like, you want to try and make sure nobody else goes down, and instead just not quite connecting the shots. Now, obviously, what we saw previously from GX when they played against Carmine Corp, they did pretty well on their defensive side. So I would say they're not going to be too worried just yet. They've definitely got a composition that can get them a lot of information, delay a lot of space. The problem is they do need to make sure this doesn't get out of control. And while the spike going through the smoke, yeah, sure, it's a weaker weapon round, but
Miori,
there's not really any way to get back into this.
Yeah, the whole plan here was to catch the Vents player or the rotate potentially while keeping control of Heaven, so the bookie could get huge value when they drop down into it. But, well, you can see that didn't happen. The adaptation was not to move back to Vent. Instead, it was to leave Vent altogether, push mid. So Amy's got that pretty much secure. All the rest of the squad is, yeah, just holding down. That was clean. Holding down to clean up the rest of the kills. Very, very nicely played by G2. I like the idea from GX as well. One Bucky, see what you can get done with a blitz play. They had a Viper wall to get them into the vent as well. But like I said, it just seemed like G2 looked at that setup, immediately acknowledged the play, and stepped out of the danger zone.
Yeah, and an Andaluthia flawless is not really what you want when you're trying to build your way back into this one. It's a pistol, a second round, and then just one individual round, and everything else has been going the way of G2. Mimi as well. Like we were talking about Amy, currently bottom of the board, and not exactly like she's having a poor performance. It's just that Mimi is running away with things. We spoke about the depth of superstars within this G2 roster. And well, right now, it doesn't look like GX are quite ready to compete with that. Smurfette, someone I definitely think has got a lot more to offer in terms of those individual fights, and she's definitely been playing a risky game so far, but the pause being taken, I don't think GX are too worried just yet. Like a 5-3 scoreline is definitely no death sentence. It's more just the way the rounds have gone. Losing 5 of the last 6, not great.
Suboptimal, one could say, and the snowball of G2 starts to gain a little bit more traction. Attack side full buy though. All credits on the line. Downside, Mimi and Rescue ultis close to being online. One away from Mimi. Very attainable in this round. That safety net could be huge for them to fall back on. Now, good sees. It's actually slowed the play completely from the side of GX. Heaven control is going to take a little bit longer. And we're seeing that same Viper wall that we saw in the previous round to cut off this deeper control. It's going to be put down for now. So the idea is to let Amy's completely run out, and then they can get a quick burst of it online. The problem is that Prowler has, in fact, cleared them out, right? They know Miori's there. Oh, they certainly do now. It must not have actually reached cut a little short, but Amy has a third eye, and it's wide open.
Already, look at the aggressive position of Vania. Gonna see that rolling thunder put through, but it has caught her. Oh, it's labored, but she is gonna catch out Smurfette. And this is the thing. Mimi's delay has made so that if you're gonna actually try and push this, it's a stack. You're also trapped in by the position of Amy, who's now taking control of mid. There isn't really anywhere for GX to go. With 35 seconds, they're just going to try and walk through into the site. Vania trying not to play too aggressively because the supportive utility is sublime. And even while completely blind, still manages to manage the spray perfectly.
Yeah, the control is impressive. And from G2, there's been nothing but control over these last 7 rounds. One little hiccup here or there, and they're right back to it. Now, if you're G2 on the defense, it shouldn't get any more difficult this time around either. Pistols in play for the side of GX. As we said, they committed a lot into that previous round. What was that, sorry?
Ness gets 2.
Oh, Ness, at least. At least.
Yeah.
The Sheriff is her primary weapon. Good to see it back out.
She uses other guns just to be fair to opponents. She doesn't want it to get nerfed. That's what it is.
Nasty.
Well, TikTok plays coming out of Vania. The paranoia TP, and well, that's not the start they were looking for. Miori might actually be a little bit confused as to how she's managed to get this much space. In fact, it seems interesting that they're even pushing this when they know that they have a flank. Maybe just trying to make sure that that player isn't paying attention, but almost sacrificing a couple of their players. Miori, this is not a winnable fight, I don't think. Not versus Amy. And well, never mind. It is swiftly falling apart now. Amy starting to pack those stats with Vania alongside her. G2, okay, it's not a flawless this time, but they've got their 7th round and they have more cash than they could ever spend.
Yeah, it's as close to flawless in effect as you could hope for. Good stun as well out of Mimi, catching Ness in the middle and really eliminating the threat that is Ness with a Sheriff on the back of it. 7-3. And indeed, all 7 of those rounds came in the last 8 for GX. Something to work with, perhaps. Ness has ult online, so the null command could get them into a site or slow down a retake. But right now, we need to see a little bit more than that if we're to hope for this way back through.
Here.
You can see just the confidence in G2 right now with the aggression that they're taking. And what? Miori has managed to punish Petra, but they are not stopping. Amy has 8 HP. 8. And is at the bottom of mid. She is dead. One. Still gets 1. Okay.
Pop flash too, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
8 HP, pop flash, still gets a kill.
I'm still nervous with them pushing into Vania. I'm still nervous. Like, she's been fearsome on this B side. They're going to remove her utility. Know that she's there. But I don't know. There's just something in my mind that says I would go the other way.
You might be right. Paranoia is perfect as well, but it didn't catch Sarah. One player still had eyes. And it was the right player for it. Mimi, 1v4. I'm a lot less nervous now. First is found. The stun is decent, but those players have avoided. Aftershock through, not stopping plant. Flash right side. It's good, but Jolina need to overstep the Aftershock, ready for the duel. And yeah, wasn't even nervous for a second. 7-4. The upside here for GX. 7-5 chance and 4 ultis to do it.
And the 5th one is 1 away. So realistically, this should be the ultimate cheese round for GX. But the thing is it's just the way that G2 have been playing this defense. So many proactive setups, so much map control consistently taken away. Also, look at it. Yeah, I was about to say, it's instant showstopper. This is just looking to try and almost pincer them in. 2 ults have been popped immediately from the attacker side.
but the null command in response, right, just pushes G2 back. Unfortunately, Mimi never left. She's standing around, holding her ground with 3 kills. They're set up for victory, but Miori fights back, running around the site, gets another, and it's Miori's round. Oh, she struggled. There's been a lot of tough games, tough rounds, tough battles. But now, oh no, the noise is being made. The Prowler selling the fake. As the player wraps around behind her, Petra has been spotted and taken down. Miori's going nowhere. 5 kills. An ace to put 5 on the board for GX.
Wow. You got to think from Mimi's position here, you probably think she's done enough. But there was one hero that was shining just that little bit brighter in this round, at least. The kill there, I had no belief that she was going to find Vania. I'm not even sure she necessarily knew that she was still around that angle. Few big plays coming out that have put GX in a pretty reasonable position here. As said, like when they played this last time versus KC, 6-6 first half, 7-3 defense to close out the map. For the side, well, I guess that's the one worrying thing. For the side of G2, they've been a lot better on their attack. 9-3, 9-3, and 7-0 in the 3 maps that they played.
Oh, that's not a good sign. But one good sign is the information game. Look, there's going to be no elements of surprise for G2. 4 players spotted sitting outside this A site. Nade down. That should keep them back and buy some time, and that's why they're buying time, running the clock down while they run down the map control. A straight push through mid, 3 players. It's being watched. In fact, a double back by Amy, but she's left it. Now just 1 player. The spike on Mimi holding this angle. What's the decision? GX haven't heard any noise. I think they're waiting for the smokes for the play down on A, the noise to be made, and now here they come. They might be a little bit late to the party, but the flank, if they can just hold on the site, no. Ness and Miori fall almost immediately, and the timing terrible. Smurfette might still be able to get at least the 1 out of it, and it's Amy. A massive kill to find. Damage done, nade good, and Smurfette's up close. This could be the end of it for G2. Their back is against the wall. Their HP low, their position's known, and Smurfette hunting them down from behind. She might not even be needed. Although, thank God she was still there just in case.
Oh, that is the way back in now. Pistol round victory coming through for the side of GX, and obviously for G2, an investment here unlikely. Just going to be buying up some of the remaining utility pieces to put themselves at least in a position where they can do something in this round. Now, it does look like they might just blitz their way into the B site, and there is already some utility to slow them down. I think Jolina might just have a field day here.
Well, it's a question of if G2 commit to it. Rescue might be able to get past it. Dodging a stun straight through to sight. Big swing, but Jolina's ready! And the snake bites helped out in dealing with Valiant. Nice and easy by the looks of things with just Mimi. A classic in hand. 3 players holding the smoke, from which she is soon to emerge. And I don't think she'll be emerging victorious. She's even been spotted. Big swing and a close. And the Luthia flawless fashion.
A great way to start their defensive side and give them a little bit more oomph going into this round at least. I don't mind the attempt. A little bit cheeky from the side of G2 just to try and walk through and maybe find a gap, but in the end the sheer weaponry disadvantage didn't really give them much to be played with, and even though Mimi has been phenomenal, I don't think even she can win that round out. This is where things should get a little bit more interesting, though. The rifles on the board. As said, the Bulldogs have been kept through. No real losses, and Amy being pressured quite a lot in this early round, but without being spotted. Oh, she's dead. There's no way you get out of there alive. Nice combo.
Good piece of utility to throw out. Getting the reward for it, and there's no panic. There's no move. There's even towards middle, I'd expect some space to be taken, but G2 pump the brakes. They got a kill off utility. They're expecting an overreaction from GX. Some map control to be taken. Now they've lost a player mid, seen a player B main. Next response is a flash mid, and a very well-timed one. Just about catches that info. 2 players spotted mid. Okay, they're starting to build up an idea of what's going on. Flash goes through, the push on the back of it, and, well, they found themselves a kill. I did think Ness was going to go down, but she's surviving on 3 HP. It's workable. All the while, though, you had players mid, players B. But of course, Amy was still sat outside A. She's taking space. She's gotten them heaven control. And a plant now. It's looking likely.
Is there though? Like the rotation is pretty much all in. Every single player making their way towards screens. They're also going to section off this initial control. Now, Vanya's utility will delay them at least a little bit. This fights everything. And even while low, or at least lower, Ness is going to manage to win it. Vanya, though, on the angle, it's just going to be traded out by a teammate, keeping things even. And Petra's position up top, I don't know, has necessarily been noted. It seems like Ness has an idea, but having an idea and dealing with it should be nigh on impossible. Sarah just looking to try and get it to Hop, which she has successfully done. But a high-low setup from the side of G2, implausible.
Sling back to the replay. Look at that right at the start of the round. You can only imagine the impact of still having that Viper utility online late in.
Spike down mid.
For GX, you miss out on that. Makes it much harder to retake so much of that control. Even still, they do well up in heaven. They do well to find some space. But now as we come into round number 16, GX need a little bit more than what they found in the last. Miori, okay, yeah, she was shuffling up the buy and just landed on the judge. This is not going to be used in the typical spot, which is up in heaven. Instead, Miori stepping ahead of the utility to try and catch them on the way through. I love the idea, but it is sort of forced back by the util they throw out.
Always makes me nervous seeing a judge in this position, but contact being made by Smurfette. This might just be bait. Try and make them believe that this sort of position is clear, of course. On the other side, Amy starting to try and be a little bit sneaky. And they've also got to be wary of the fact that so much control has already been taken by Vanya. They can just try and ignore these players up in mid. The thing is, though, that the spike is still over towards this B side. It's looking like this is an attempted ruse. Now, if a single kill comes through for Vanya, she could rotate, but well, it's probably not going to be needed now, as there's only one defender, and the full force of G2 are looking to breathe down her neck.
30 seconds left.
Ness with a Sheriff gets 2. Let's see how many with the Phantom. With Miori down, it's going to have to be a few. And, well, it's actually none with the Phantom, 1 with the nade. Something to work with. And GX still have a big disadvantage. Smurfette trying to make up for that. She's made it to the side, but she's heard, maybe even seen, not dealt with. That's a different story altogether. 12 seconds left. They have to deal with Smurfette, and she's causing such a problem. A nade now to work with. She could try and stop this. Oh no. Okay, well, she could try and take both kills, but she won't. Vanya shut her down. It's a bit of a disaster, but, well, a narrow window to try and throw that nade without being shot in the head in the process.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like, the thing is, she did everything right until that point. Being able to get in, pressure the site, drop the spike, find the kill on the player rotating in, and that nade, if it's well placed, they have to reposition or die. And then that could be the round falling into her favor. Unfortunately, obviously, those sort of windows, just a slightly panicky nade, and that's enough for the round to head into G2's favor. Spike going down in the end, and while GX instantly taking a pause, I think a necessary one. It's already starting to look like the beginning of the last half, where they get themselves the pistol, they get the follow-up round, and then G2 just steamroll them, and they can't allow that to happen again.
No, not at this stage. Again, as we kind of discussed coming into today, and our desk has been hitting all day long, you know, these are the upper semifinals, so it's not like we start to think about tournament life being over or anything like that, but it's more so about, you don't want to be the team that has to make that run. It's a much more comfortable route through to the upper final, 1 win away from grand final, whereas you could be multiplying those games, the games you have to play. And with some of these other teams, we know that they can put up a fight. I mean, even looking at Focus Sakura, like you said earlier, Tom, Giants won 2-0. Second map was an absolute blowout, but Lotus was close. Different map, Veto. Now Focus Sakura were eliminated already, right? You've got technically better teams waiting for you down there. Don't want to take the risk. It's now or never. And for Smurfette, it's never, at least in this round. Sheriff's along the board. And I say now, it's more the next round. Because GX, they keep their credits. They don't invest too much. And presumably, double digits will be hit for G2.
Patient stuff from G2. I think there's expectations. Amy, that's going to be a free kill, but technically Sarah got 2 orbs for the price of 1. We'll at least get something a little bit extra for this round, but after catching that aggression, expectations are there's not going to be much more within this site. Smoke already down, TP to the back just to take that control, and G2 wanting to make sure they keep this one as clean as many of the other anti-ecos that they've played. Nest still standing gives me a hope for at least a kill or something, but at least for now, it is just looking like another great round from G2.
Well, we don't quite know if we're going to see an Andalucia flawless, but it definitely feels like that's where we're on our way towards. 2 sheriffs left, up top in heaven, looking for some heads to take off. And, wow, they have certainly found one.
Put a wall between her, and somehow Nest gets more accurate.
It's unbelievable. But, irrespective, Mimi's able to make it out. There's another sheriff waiting for them, but that won't find its mark. And so, I think it's safe to say that on our hands is an Andalucia flawless. The side of G2 very nicely handled. It doesn't technically count. All 5 of them survived, so it should count, but it doesn't. Because there's 1 player alive in the other team.
GX are going to go straight back in for another pause. Interesting.
That's nasty.
I don't know if that was cancelled. It looked like it was cancelled almost immediately. I don't remember. I feel like they'd already used both their pauses, but maybe I'm wrong in that regard. I felt like they had 1 in the first half where the streak came in, and then they've already had 1 in this half. So yeah, there is no pause. It just came up for a second. Nonetheless, Showstopper online. Rolling Thunder very close, and dear lord, Rescue wanted to try and take a leaf out of Smurfette's book with just all-out aggression. Another boombot that we're not going to be writing home about.
I don't know what you mean, Tom. That was clearly a fake boombot. So you put that out to attempt to clear mid, so they think that there's none of your teammates there, and then a big kill comes in from Miori. It's all part of the plan. I won't take your slander. What are you talking about?
Right. So what you're saying is it was a misplay from Miori.
To give up the control after. I mean, you know, you got to stay in the corner now. Get in their heads. No, yeah, I'll say the Raze utility. You know, it's Smurfette's had a tough day. She's had a tough day. I want to give her excuses.
Well, pressure looks like it's going to be on to the B-site defender of Jolina. Backside, Smurfette has that showstopper. Looking to try and clear the close angle. Not seeing anyone, and eventually will find Petra. Vania up top and goes down to Smurfette as well. Who needs the utility when you can land the shots? Mimi will trade, and she's so clean with it every single time. The shots she lands are just absurd. Spike will be planted, but they are being tagged low. Rolling Thunder going to be committed. I don't know if he'll connect onto both players, but Mimi's still just landing every single shot. And now, down to the 1 versus 1. Her versus her ex-teammate, and of course Mimi will take it home. She has been unstoppable in this map. And well, I don't even know what you do at this stage. 23 and 10 on a breach.
There's not much to do, Tom. There's not much to do. This round was wrapped up.
One enemy
a bow
remaining.
on top. Even here, 1v1, 50 HP reload, wide step. Repositions, uses the sound cue, so Sarah's looking at the left corner. Just buys her that little split second. Split second extra, it's all she needs to get that headshot in. Beautiful stuff. Smurfette, well, it's not the opening they were looking for.
That's the fun thing. Like, obviously, you've got the Mimi watch party going on. All of them are used to watching her streams and just seeing a Mimi highlight reel every single day. They're getting the same thing even in the professional matches.
They're coming in the chat just like, yo, good to see you're playing ranked. When's the game start? Or what's happening?
Yeah, when are you playing against the other pro teams? Oh, awkward. Well, nonetheless, It's off to a decent start. Jolina down. Ugh, it's not the prettiest, but the job is done. Sarah on the site. Can't find anything either. Now it's Rescue's turn. Leaving Miori. Well, they had a hero rifle, Mitch.
Yeah.
Here it is.
And there it is.
Second
still.
ace.
It could be. Hey, Miori, I doubted her before, and she delivered. That's the first 40 HP, 61, and 92. Obviously, Mimi's full. The rest, it could be easy
The
pickings.
one you don't want.
Yeah, unfortunately, hey, even if Mimi's 10 HP, she's already shown us. She'll win those clutches.
That is also true. And
chance
for
is
Miori,
low.
you have to bear in mind this hero rifle was a full investment, so saving it into the next round could be huge. I wonder maybe because of the Viper's Pit, if she was just going to play a judge or something in the next round, it wouldn't be too much of a problem, but at least getting 2 kills, getting out of there, but they are chasing. I don't know if they'll be able to catch her, though.
They're going the right way. They can make it 5 seconds. A straight run out into heaven, they'd have to guess. They'd have to wall bang.
Don't wall bang her, don't wall bang her, don't wall bang her!
And they are! Oh, no!
It was the only spot that I thought that they'd pre-fire. It was the one thing I was thinking is that's if I was going to spam anything right at the end of the round, I'm spamming that box because it's the only thing I could kill someone through. But that's just that's so unlucky.
They've just clutched out
Of
prop
course,
hunt.
it was Mimi again.
Oh my god. Actual prop hunt in Valorant, and well, G2 are winning that game too.
Are you this box? Maybe she was playing the taunt sounds.
I was expecting a headshot straight through that pit. That's how things have been going so far. Just one to the head on Miori. Just someone one tap through it. I can already feel it.
So nervous.
Oh, you're dead. You're so dead. You're so dead. And it's indeed a rocket to the feet.
Okay, nice shot. Sarah at least taking down Amy. That's the lurk gone. And with the double push coming into B main, there's actually potential for them to try and find players sat behind this. Already, though, such good supportive utility. They know there's a second player there as well. Mimi looking to close this, doesn't get the chance. Rescue there behind, and while Smurf had blown up, by the way.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that op's going to be traded out. It's not the right weapon for the 1v4. Nade. Good stun. That's very irritating if you're Smurfette, but they did hear the weapon get picked up most likely. Have an idea. Now they know for sure. The nade, it hasn't made it that far. It's not landing on anyone, but that bullet certainly is. G2 looking damn near flawless. Back-to-back 13-7s as well. And I expect these celebrations to be minimal. Wow. and it did. It just looked like another day in the office for these girls. Absolutely unbelievable. Back-to-back 13-7s. Different players stepping it up every time. They're never boring to watch, and they always deliver.
No. And that's the thing. They came out with a really unique comp, went back to something a little bit more standard, had a top fragging Breach, a top fragging Viper. It is truly a superstar roster. This is what we thought when it was made, and thankfully it is delivering on all fronts.
Yeah, you know, I was really expecting a third map today in some form, Tom. The first series damn well delivered. 13-11, 14-12, close games, but here it just felt like G2 had a chokehold on the game. Not necessarily from the get-go. Remember, they were 3-0 down, and then they were 7-3 up. It's been a tough one. Rocky waters when you're playing against these guys, and well, it was a pretty clean victory in the end for this squad. And what's most exciting is just that fact that, like you're saying, it's a Viper, it's a Breach that are your players that are stepping it up. When you see those duelists being the ones that need to come online, it's going to be much of the same. There's no weak link when it comes to G2.
Oh, that's the thing. This roster was built to play at Game Changers Champions. Like it might sound insane, but genuinely, what we are looking at right now is who can compete with G2, who's going to be able to battle with this team throughout the season. And honestly, I'm now looking at Falcons. They've already done it once. Can they do it again? Because a lot of the time, lightning doesn't strike twice when it comes to G2.
Well, Tom, I'm looking at my flight planner, and it looks like I'm off to Madrid. That could be the same for you guys at home.
Oh,
if you scan this QR code here,
t-shirt.
8 teams, 4 leagues, and you? It's Scan that QR code to secure your tickets to the inaugural global event of the 2024 Valorant Champions Tour at the Madrid Arena, March 14th to 24th. Little break in there in the middle. If you can't come for all the days, make sure you come for some of them. I think it's going to be something that you do not want to miss. Valorant's been in EMEA plenty of times before, always in Berlin, often without audiences. Now, Tom, oh, the Spanish audience.
Spanish crowd. It's going to be a banger. Like, it is something you're not going to want to miss, just like some of the matches we've got coming up in GC as well. So I think we've got some amazing games coming, and we've also got a fantastic analyst desk.
Oh.
Stop it, you. Oh my god, my cat is about to make love to my microphone, and I will not stop him. I'll let him do his thing.
Whoa.
Jamming it into my face. Thanks, Nori. Love your contribution. Anyway, well, that's throwing me off ever just so slightly. I'm back here, of course, with Pilsky and Ash. We're about to wrap things up here. First things first, of course, let's talk about what we just got to see from G2. Lots of fantastic individual performances, and I think two players which really stood out, especially on this last map, were Mimi and Vanya.
Yeah, I think like the star power of G2 is really shining through again. I'm starting to get some of those same vibes from their kind of dominant era, and I think obviously the pickups kind of reflect that. You even had Amy have a big map on Bind, and then this map, as mentioned, Vanya and Mimi kind of going crazy with the multi-frags there, Ash.
Yeah, I mean, Vanya going crazy with not just the multi-frags, but I think her control on the defense side, particularly of that B main here on Split, was absolutely phenomenal to see. I feel like we saw very standard Vanya gameplay. Now she gets to do it without having that responsibility of being the IGL as well. So just the impact that she was able to find for the team in that kind of regard here was absolutely massive. Very, very difficult and limited Giantex in their options of trying to push into either of these sites here on Split. We did see some adaptations coming out from them. I think there were some pop smokes that Jolina was putting out, some grab wells, just trying to disrupt Vanya there in towards B main. But Vanya, I mean, she just either TP out, throw her paranoia, get the refrag nonetheless, and get out, most typically scot-free.
Yeah, so Mimi, I mean, look, 25 kills for her, massive game, big multi-frags, big, clutches coming out, and look, I think Giant X, not a bad performance from them today. I think G2 just kind of outclassed them a little bit, massive performance individually from some of those players. And look, I think Giant X, I'm keen to see what they can do in the lower bracket, and obviously they've had a really good run in groups, so I'm expecting big things from them continuing through the competition because they're not out yet.
Yeah, I mean, good rounds we got to see from them, even if they lost this particular match against G2. And they will be going up against Neon Blade. They faced off against them before already in groups, and they came out on top of that one. So they shouldn't feel too upset heading into that lower bracket match, which will be played out tomorrow. We will, of course, show you the brackets once again at the very end of the show. And right now we're just waiting on an interview because we get to talk once more to the winners, of course, which is always exciting. Always a little hard to what's there to say about this particular match when it feels it was a dominant performance from just one side.
Yeah, I think, G2, very big game from them, and they'll continue through against Falcons, so they're going to need to bring that same level of performance because they had a rough game against Falcons in the group stage, I believe, but Giantex, look, we'll see what we're going to get from them. Obviously, every team can have a rough game, but I think I was even thinking about the fact that, Smurfette statistically was fantastic heading into this game, so there's definitely more of a ceiling there.
Absolutely. Now we do have the interview ready, so let's bring in Mimi from G2. First things first, congratulations to you and the squad. You guys are moving on to the upper bracket final. Phenomenal plays across the board, and of course have to ask about the new additions. You have 3 new members to the squad. How are they slotting in so far?
Thank you very much. First of all, I think it's going really great. We have managed to create a really good atmosphere on the team, and it's a very friendly atmosphere, which is really nice. So I think our vibe together really creates a good energy in game as well. So I cannot complain about any of them, really.
Now, you and Petra are also working with a new coach this very season. Of course, that must have required some adjustments. Is there a very different dynamic? What's the vibe like?
No, not really, honestly. I mean, I think the only difference is that Kakras was just a coach for a longer time, so we had a bit of a deeper bond, but I'm sure we'll get there with Tempest. So everything is really, there's not much difference in terms of like atmosphere and vibe.
That's good. That's great to hear. Now, of course, you guys were not the only team which underwent a lot of changes during the off season, heading into this new season. What's the temperature feel so far? Looking at all the other teams, do you feel like we're already seeing some top dogs being established, or is everything still very much out in the open?
I mean, I think obviously Falcons is a very, like, it's an individual, very strong lineup, and they already beat us, so we know that. So they're like a top contender for us. But I think every team kinda is doing pretty well. It seems like everyone can kinda beat everyone on a good day, and no one can really start slow in this split now. So I'm just excited to play against Falcons again.
Well, and we're super excited to see that rematch happening. Let's see if you and the team will make it out on top this time around. What's up? We thank you so much for joining for the quick chat, and of course, good luck in your next game.
Thank you.
And that was Mimi from G2 after they just took down their opponents 2-0 in a convincing fashion, I dare say.
Yeah, it really was a convincing fashion, and I think it's nice to hear that everything kind of feels like home, I guess, over on that side. The fact that the atmosphere is so comfortable for them based off of what Mimi is saying, that they're able to kind of just like really relax into it right off the gate, which is something that you don't tend to find, especially in big roster shuffles heading into the beginning of a season. A lot of times there still might be a little bit to iron out and whatnot, but G2 sound like they're very happy with the little family that they've created for 2024.
I think part of that is down to the roles, obviously being so comfortable. You know, they've obviously got two long-standing members who have played together for a long time, and you know, some familiarity playing against each other in the past, and knowing what each individual player's kind of strengths and weaknesses are. It's kind of streamlining everything in game, and look, out of game, it's good when it fits as well, because it can take up a lot of energy and resources when your players kind of clash personality-wise within a team, and that can definitely kind of lead to things taking longer to get off the ground than you'd like sometimes.
I mean, even just from the two interviews we got to do with them today, it feels like they're passing the vibe check. What we saw on the server as well, they had a little fun with it there as well, showing us some interesting comms on that first map. So I'm very excited to see them go at it again, this time against Falcons. Let's actually take a look at the bracket to see where we are currently in our playoffs, as we still have some ways to go. Tomorrow, of course, we have some very exciting lower bracket quarterfinals to be played out. Giant X will be going up against Neon Blade. That's a rematch. Valiant will face off against Nazar. So it's gonna be some interesting matches down there.
Yeah, I think looking at Giant X Neon Blade, that was a game that we already saw in the group stage previously. It was an absolute stomp in the favor of Giant X in week 1, 13-1, 13-3. So if we get any kind of repeat of that, it's going to be a similar kind of story. However, I think Neon Blade, you know, they pushed Falcons, took an overtime win off of Falcons, the top team. They take out BPL. So maybe, you know, it's some week 1 jitters on their side, and we're going to hopefully see a better looking Neon Blade coming into their game tomorrow.
Hey, I mean, Neon Blade, I feel like Jadema, she's been an IGL for that team, who has experience from her previous time on Ascent, previous time on other rosters as well, and she has very particular protocols and set plays that she likes to pull out, and again, there's a lot of respect being shown for that. So I think it will be a very fun rematch coming in, because I do think we did again see some of the struggles for Giant X to adapt. And this is a roster where in Giant X there are a lot of expectations coming in for this particular squad with how stacked this team was, looking at even just like their previous results throughout this stage so far. But again, that lack of IGL, the lack of being able to really look towards like one person or 1 to 2 people as that kind of leader, it can cause some of that chaos. And I would be curious to even hear from them in that kind of case to see like, okay, when it does come to those adaptations being needed to be made, is there that kind of clash when it comes to that communication? Do you have different ideas being thrown out there, and how do they end up organizing all of those thoughts as a whole? And I think we've just got some really exciting matches for the remainder of this week.
Indeed. Let's take a look at the schedule actually to see what's just around the corner for all of you. Of course, this is not accurate, I don't think, because Falcons are finding themselves, of course, in the upper bracket final, whereas the opponents for Neon Blade should be Giant X. But other than that, the times were correct, so you should still tune in and make sure to not miss any of that action, and of course cheer on your favorite teams and see them through the playoffs here in Game Changers. There we go. That was a quick turnaround. Good job. So here's the schedule for tomorrow.
Well done.
Was that a trick? Was that my first timer Game Changers trick? Nice.
Yeah, I think they're hazing you. I did it. I think they're hazing you a little bit. You passed the test, so look, well done, well done. The other game as well.
I'm proud of myself. Yeah, I've only called Agents Heroes once today, and I only messed up one role conversation with a player. So, you know.
You didn't have to remind chat. You didn't have to remind chat, Zoe.
You managed your interview and cat simultaneously at the same time. Like, honestly, impressive day from you. Arguably as good as the G2 performance.
Yeah, no, you know what? I put that on my CV. That's what you said. I take that. Gentlemen, gentle lady, it's been a pleasure working with you today, and I can't wait to see more Valorant Game Changers action. Of course, make sure everyone watching to tune in tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching today, and we bid thee farewell.
One enemy remaining. Lasting.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, you matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter. You matter, you matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter. Your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter. Your matter, your matter. You're my dial. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter. Your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter. Your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter. Your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody.